It will amaze you when I tell you who Joseph Boakai is. So I want you to take a good look at Joseph Boakai here. All right? You see, fellow Liberian, Joseph Boakai, in my definition, Joseph Boakai is an obsolete politician who doesn't fit into today's contemporary and social political environment. Copy that? Joseph Boakai is an obsolete politician who doesn't fit in today's contemporary politics and social environment.
The economy had a setback. Joe, it is that you. We might have lost Mr. Taylor. Look, I have the interview here by the VP now. I've been able to download it.
Yeah, let's see whether we can have it.
Yeah. We made. He's talking about Ebola now. Yes. The economy had a setback. Joe Boakai just said that Ebola almost eroded all of the gains the government made. Jesus Christ.
Even the quota
the government made Ebola.
Even the quota they put on the road, the Ebola ate it from them.
Ebola took it. It's been very bad because it actually eroded almost all of the gains we made for the first 6 years. The economy had a setback, coupled with the fact that the main commodities that usually gave lead to our economy, the iron ore and the rubber sector, are also. So Ebola affected iron ore and rubber. I didn't know that. I thought it was global market forces. I thought it was a slowdown in the global economy and the demand for raw materials. I didn't know that.
Ebola damaged the ship load. It made the ship to sink with the iron ore.
Because of the global effect on that.
So Liberia's had like a double whammy, triple whammy.
Good, great. I mean, coupled with the fact that most of our investors left the country in the other sectors. But we thank God that they are coming back now. We're trying to pick up the pieces.
Obviously, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is still in office, will be for another couple of years. But when it comes to, at this stage, assessing her 2 terms in office, do you feel one has to make a distinction between the years before Ebola and then the Ebola years? As you say, there's also been the global slump. I mean, in terms of assessing these 2 terms, how would you sum them up?
I think she's done a great job because we're not just looking at Ebola. We took the economy from $80 million to $6 million. What the hell does that mean? If we took it from $80 million to take $6 million, what has changed? Has not benefited the lives of the people of the country. And then you want to make noise about that. You see how the man's mind works?
Because you predicted him. You said he will be priding himself on the achievement of the government.
That's it back. We did a lot of reforms that were necessary to reforms that $2 million in so-called accountability and transparency institutions, the LSECs and the GACs and the IAAs and all those institutions. And what do they bring? They bring nothing. It's a waste of money. It's a charade. Joe Boakai, let us hear already. Encourage investors to move the country forward.
Hand on heart, though, are there things, these last nearly 10 years, are there things that you feel could have been done better?
Sure.
And if so, what are they?
Sure. I mean, for example, we believe that we could have been able to put together a team that was highly responsive. But again, you don't know all the people. The president has the capacity to bring a lot because of our connections. That management of it. Yeah, Joe Boakai. Connections. Again, connections. What connections? What?
Yeah, I'm getting him connections.
Come on. Are you serious?
10 years later, you're talking about connections.
Have the president's connections put food on people's tables? 84% of Liberians live on less than $1.25 a day, the fifth poorest country on the face of the earth. You're talking about connections? Is something wrong with Joe Boakai?
The implementation of it could have been much better.
There has been criticism that perhaps too many people close to the president were put in positions of authority. Is that a criticism you recognize?
Well, we heard that a couple of times, and it happens that when you take office, I think it is not bad to bring people that are close to you, provided they share your vision.
Well, at that point, let me turn the spotlight on you yourself, talking of vision for the country in leadership. You've announced that you intend to run for the presidency in 2017.
I haven't. I was petitioned, and I accepted a petition.
So you're not...
I believe she is supporting me.
Does your wife love you?
I think she loves me. So you don't feel it?
Well, Ellen,
this interview and finish it off.
And what is his vision for the country?
Just listen.
Petition, and I accepted a petition.
So you're not averse to running for the presidency? Let's put it that way.
No, I'm not.
Is President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf supporting you?
I believe she is.
What would be your vision? You know, does it match exactly that of the president now? Do you have your own vision?
What I have tried to do is to complement the efforts of the president. She's an international figure, well known, but I have helped her on the local level to promote her agenda. And I believe more of that is needed in the area of reconciliation, in the area of bringing people on board that will see the vision that was established and to be able to make that impact on the lives of the people. Because I believe we need more to change the lives of the young people, of the women, and people who have never, ever seen the dividends of a good government.
Oh, wow. Well, folks, there you have it. Joseph Boakai says he wants to complement the president's vision. He wants to do more of what Ellen is doing. More poverty, more corruption, more nepotism, which is what the president's vision is. Isn't that what it is, folks? You tell me. Let's go back to... We might have lost Mr. Taylor. Look, I have the interview here by the VP now. I've been able to download it.
Yeah, let's see whether we can have it.
Yeah.
We made
He's talking about Ebola now.
Yes. The economy had a setback.
Joe Boakai just said that Ebola almost eroded all of the gains the government made. Jesus Christ.
Even the quota
the gains the government made Ebola.
Even the quota they put on the road, the Ebola ate it.
How many guys you go buy Oka? By the time you start, will you buy it? No. Think about Joseph Boakai being Oka too. You start out man, you can start. Right now, the guy on the plane now because the plane is like a tow truck there. They put you on the tow truck, the Oka and they put you on the tow truck and bring you to America here. So you can't do medical advice. No, the man fucked up. So we need to understand that we cannot buy a pig in the belly like that. No, we cannot do that with Joseph Boakai. Yes. So we must question everything. Remember, Joseph Boakai is an obsolete politician who cannot exist into today's contemporary political and social environment. For the first time, when you go apply to a school for the first time, why you think they're asking you for some historical information before they take you? Because they want to know where you start and where you are now. In Liberia, we don't believe in doing historical research. BDJ just saw Randy talking in a few months. He came and joined Randy. But he don't even know how long Randy been on Facebook. And I think if Thomas is honest with you, Thomas will tell you, even the Moses that is on Sky TV, do you know who made Moses popular today? It was me that made Moses popular. So I'm not here to come be lecturing you on that one. Okay, so let me progress it. All right? So, let me put a plug in here. Let me see here. All right, there you go. So yeah, where we are now. The reason Liberia is now making progress today is because we are, and we have been a bunch of unserious people. We are not defining the direction of our country. We are not identifying the problem of our country. And from year in and year out, from generation to generation, all we do is to just have a good time. And because it used to be done without any spotlight, now with Facebook, you're getting to see now what interests attract many Liberians today. When it comes to politics, political gossip, they're there in number. But when it comes to discussing the direction of the country, you don't find us in those places. You don't find us doing those things. And that's why I say every year we just add numbers to our country and our individual ages, but we're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. All right? We're going nowhere. All right, I have been following you since 2014 with different names. Why are you having different names in the first place? The fact that you're having different names, I mean, I got a problem with you. What are you having different names for? Like, you a fake man? See, for me, I don't have that kind of behavior. I wouldn't did it once, and I was doing the time I was not on Facebook. Yeah, but you have been following me now, but to follow me is one thing, but to track what I'm saying and get the most important things is another thing. Yes. You can be in a car driving with people, but you don't see what the driver is seeing because the driver making sure that everything that compromises safety for you in a car, he's going to pay attention to it. There are times that you'll be sleeping while the car going. So if you pose that question and say, oh, I never said anything about that. Samuel Tuer himself, all right? Samuel Tuer himself on Michael Gilmore's show in July, he said, if you watch that show, Randy, my own friend, was joining Mo Ali them and telling them that I'm guilty of the $25 million. Where were you at that time? Because I play on my show here. Where were you? So come on, man. Forget about it. You don't know me like that. And we just know you on Facebook. You don't know me like that. You know how long it takes for the Liberian community here to try to find something on me and they cannot find it? No. Because I'm a different Liberian. I live in the country for a long time, but I don't associate with Liberians. I don't go to Liberian party that much. Even if I go, I sit down quietly and walk away. Because I knew that one day people will put people's character on the line. So let me progress here, my brother. Let not make the thing our discussion. I say no more again. Your post will be read later. Let me focus on what I'm about to say here, all right? So we have not been a successful country because we are not defined who we are. And until we begin to do those things, and I believe that starting from our politicians, when we have made mistake, let us not make that same mistake. If you remove a bad player, put a good player on the field. Now, that said, let me bring you guys to the main topic here. Joseph Boakai, Alexander Cummins. So there is the plan going around that Cummins should compromise his interest. And that would be one of the biggest mistakes that Cummins will ever make in his political career. And that would make him to be one of the stupidest men that ever joined the Liberian politics. It is being said that Cummins is trying to go as Joe Boakai vice president. Even though Boakai, after being in government for 42 years, 25 years, which I don't give a damn about, but what I want you to understand about Joe Boakai, he got flogged by George Weah because he could not defend the number of years he served in public, as a public servant, and the 12 years he worked with Ellen. He could not defend Ellen's policy to persuade the people of Liberia to win. Can you imagine that? Obama defended his 8 years record. Joe Biden came as vice president for 8 years, defended that record, and he became president today. But Boakai, for 12 years under Ellen, could not convince the Liberian people about what they did. And that the men coming want to go underneath. And the same policy that Ellen carried out, Joe Boakai is saying that he's going to complement the policy. You see, when they say now, Cummins is one of them. I believe today that Cummins got that position because of affirmative action. And the affirmative action, as you know it, but for the Liberian that don't understand it, when it gets so white people there, they take one black man and put a black man there. So when the other people come, they say, oh, we got black man here, yes. I honestly believe that Cummins did not merit being a vice president for Coca-Cola, but it was through an affirmative action that got Cummins over there. Because from what I'm seeing Cummins doing today, learning in the country and saying, oh, we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results, and seeing him aligning himself with people with bad character, it stands that Coca-Cola will go against and compromising himself. That tells me something about Cummins. That Cummins was just put in that structure because he was a black person. And that's one of the reasons why they sent him to South Africa. To South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. Nigeria, Kenya, and I would say South Africa. All right? Because that's who he is. It was through affirmative action that he got up there. Because Cummins came with a model, and there's one thing we call understanding the political culture. If you understand the political culture, you know how to carefully place yourself, because you got your agenda, and your agenda should be well placed by meeting the challenges that people have. So I'm hearing that Cummins is trying to go as VP for Joe Boakai. Even though in the CPP agreement, whoever is elected as the standard bearer, that individual has his right to look around and pick someone as a vice president. But everything so far has been planned, pre-planned, that Cummins going to go. Now, hear what they're telling Cummins now. I want you to listen to this. They are telling Cummins, hey, Cummins, here's the thing here. When you go with Joe Boakai, and in our dream, we become the leader of that country, Joe Boakai will now go for second term. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. You see that, Cummins? Yes. And then guess what? You will go and run for president. Is that right? Is that right? And Cummins being the kind of person he is, not far-sighted, not smart, not reading things through, not talking to other people, he's not doing photo op with Joe Boakai. Whether they're going to win, whether they're going to win, Cummins is trying to embarrass himself that he's not an independent man. All right? That he's not an independent man. But here are some of the risks that Cummins is putting himself into. Number one, those hyenas, those cowards that are just waiting to have their part of time. For example, if they go to bed and Joe Boakai become president in their dreams, the first 6 years, they don't tell you the financial standard right now. They don't tell you where the financial standard is right now. The first 6 years, they know that the possibility of getting another 6 years, they're not going to compromise it. They're going in there to grab and go. They will do anything and everything to enrich themselves while Cummins is serving as vice president. They know Joe Boakai don't have a long life. Joe Boakai can see his demise even before the 6 year end, and this is reality because the old man is sick. Joe Boakai could say, I'm not going to run the second term, but they could cause more damage. And what will happen to Cummins? When those guys have gone in there and do what they want to do for themselves and damage the image of the country, and Cummins will be sitting down there. And the Liberian people will get very furious, bitter, and say, but we thought these people came as angels. Look what they had done to us. They will be damaging Cummins already. Boakai can't control them. Boakai is sick. Boakai cannot stand on his feet for 9 hours in a day. You better see Boakai walking around in the street. You better see Boakai. Boakai is sick. COVID is around. Boakai is dodging COVID than anyone on the battlefront who trying to dodge a bullet. So he's indoor throughout. But we'll come to Boakai for a few minutes from now. So those guys will go on the ground and get what they want to get. So all the guys you see around here, the man who told $45,000, you think that just the limit? You wait when he get there too. He's going to quadruple that $45,000 because they're going to say, you know what? This is our time. This is our time. And then what's going to happen to Cummins? Cummins will be there as vice president and they will destroy Cummins' image. That a Cummins in their dream decide to run for president. The Liberian people will reject Cummins. And that's why they will fuck Cummins there. Cummins don't see it. He not seeing the big pictures. He not seeing the big picture. You came to the country and you said, we can keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. But you going and swimming, marching, walking, driving with political guru who are schooled into tricks of other people. All right? That's exactly what they're going to do to Cummins. But right now, his supporters, they will not see it that way. They will not see it that way. You see, when Noah was building the ark and told the people that there will be a rain, they denied it. So the eye of Liberian denying things, it's not real. I told them from the beginning of the year that nothing will be accomplished in Liberia. They deny it, right? This is September. We got October, November, December. 3 more months to go. Nothing will realize. So when Liberian men come and tell you, oh, this is not happy, don't listen to them, please. You know why? Ask them for 174 years. Why we don't have road connecting all the different counties? Because they have been in denial that they were not even going to reach to 174 years. So it is a doctor behavior of putting themselves first. They're supporting somebody who could not give the Liberian people a 12-year message to convince the population of people to vote for them. But they want you to believe that Joe Boakai is their man. That country fucked up. Right now, if they ask every one of us to go back to Liberia, you think someone else support Joe Boakai? They will not do it. Because they know their children will be going back with them, especially if they were not born here. If they were born here, they will stay here. But they know their health will be compromised. They know they're not in a position to get anything. They will be afraid. But because they don't live there, so they are not part of that circle of people that they want for some. Think about it. Joe Boakai was there for 12 years and he couldn't propagate one single message. You see, we Liberians, we feel complacent about other people's country. We live here, we enjoy ourselves, we got good life, but we don't have that Liberia-centric city about our people back home. So Cummins is walking into a lion den. He can take that bait, but he can only pray that maybe after 2 years, Boakai can pass away, or Boakai can become completely immobile, that he cannot move, that he can take power. But as long Boakai is president in your dream, Cummins will not be president because those very guys, they just want to weather the storm. Politics, election is about numbers. They are worried that since we spoke about Cummins going to take side where we are in the future, they listen and they put those things together. Now they're bringing Cummins on board. They bring Cummins, let's take picture as evidence that you're supporting us. Did you see them taking picture before like that? No. But when we came here and told the Liberian people that in the end, Cummins will end up us supporting George Weah, and George Weah will are coming to the government and make Cummins people this, maybe I spilled it being so early. Don't see the number small like this. But the information that we provide here is very powerful to them. But they will not admit it, even if they're dying of cancer. They will not tell you, say, we stole some of Randy's idea. They will not do it. Because of the insincerity that lives in some of them. They were totally against Cummins. But when we lay out that matrix, how Cummins will relate, because there is a history where Unity Party and Liberty Party work together. And then MPP work together with CDC, and today here we are. They know that. They know that. They know that. 12 years, the man sat over there and he cannot give one message to the people. One message. One message to the people. How can you be president for 12 years and you cannot convince the people? And you cannot convince the people. You cannot convince the people. Very shameful. Very, very shameful. Not even compared to Al Gore and George Bush. Because when Florida made that call and said, Al Gore wanted, George Bush didn't challenge it, they went to court. Al Gore said, okay. He didn't even come that far. It was another guy who came up with that. 12 years. So let Cummins sit over there and allow God to use him. It just goes to show his level of ignorance when it comes to politics. He got no clue. Cummins came from a structured environment and he will be used every day. I just feel sorry for him. Because the time he's supposed to listen to the right people, it will be too late for him. Yes, it will be too late for him. It will be too late for Cummins. It will be very late for Cummins. Cummins will not realize anything in our country. Yes, he will not realize anything in our country. All right? Let me read a few comments here again before we get to the Joe Boakai issue here. So here, this says Boakai was in Kakatan just recently to debunk that analysis. So out of 6 months to 9 months, Boakai show up in one county. Then I cover everything, right? When last did Boakai speak on any issue? How long was he in Kakatan for? Did he walk around? Where's the video evidence to show what Boakai was doing there? So you want to be the Boakai spokesman. Was he by virtual means in Kakata? Maybe like you on Zoom and you see yourself in Kakata? You think that what would convince the Liberian people? Boakai is a sick man. Boakai would be one of the most expensive presidents if you ever get that lucky break, which you will not get. The man got a pacemaker in him. You know what it takes to maintain a pacemaker? The man's heart is not normal anymore. And that one thing that Cummins will pray God for. That in a dream, not a correlation. If Boakai ever become president in a dream, one that thing malfunction, and the ability to keep Boakai alive, it don't happen. Cummins will be president. If that what Cummins will gamble on, so shall it be. Then I will tell you to go for it. Because Boakai living with pacemaker in his heart, you're not a human being anymore. Your mobility is restricted by doctor order. And Boakai himself, because of power greed, he putting his health at risk. And even his wife, Katumu, is not telling him. Because the pressure that you're going to go on him as president. He was our president, and Ellen kept him cool. Let me tell you one of the secrets why Ellen did not force Boakai to be president. Ellen knew that Boakai is sick. And there was going to be no condition that she was going to pressurize Boakai to go and take that bid. And that's why Ellen did not push Boakai to be anything in our country. But you guys are in broad day denial. That's why you see many Liberians in the country die because they don't go to the hospital. They will get sick before they go to the hospital and it get too late. It's something that is part of our culture. Men in their 40, 50, they don't even go to do prostate or colon exam because we don't believe in those things. Boakai is sick. He got pacemaker in him. Do you know what it means when you have that kind of condition? You will be very expensive. JFK was a sick president. There were times when you watch the documentary, he used to be sick on an S41. It became worry for the Democratic Party and for his family. This Joe Boakai man, he in a country that don't even know how to even suck the blood out of a pacemaker. He will spend most of his time in foreign countries, whereby the country will be left in the hands of hyena. Are you guys thinking about that? No, you cannot think about that because you know what? Y'all know the old man is sick. So y'all will have the opportunity to do what you want to do in our country because you guys are not Liberia-centric. You're only there for your own personal gain. So y'all will do anything and everything to push Boakai to the edge. Boakai will be out of hospital, in hospital, more than the time he will spend in the hospital, in the office. But you're not seeing the risks because you don't factor in the risks. And the way I expect Cummins to stand his ground. The people know Boakai will not be mobile. Boakai cannot sit down for 8 to 9 hours to discuss anything. Look at the man without no maker. Look at him without no maker. Does he look normal to you? When last Boakai giving you guys out there his medical record to be fit for anything? When last? Donald Trump asked Hillary Clinton for her record. They presented it. Donald Trump himself presented his record. He presented it. All right? But you guys don't see anything to tell the Liberian people that the man will be a more liability. Some of you guys here, you work in the medical area. You know what it means to have a health maintenance program insurance. You know what it means. And that way a man with a pacemaker who had to go and seek different opinions and had to travel around. Look at the Nigerian president today, Buhari. Man spent 9 months in the United Kingdom. Thank God that country, they operate independently. From their provision to other places, they operate independently. How many of you guys think about those things? But nobody want to say anything because you want to damage that country, because you don't care for that country. This man is sick, but still you're pushing him to the edge. You're pushing him to the edge. You're pushing him to the edge. We are playing soccer, Mr. Man. Was a soccer player. He's young. He's in 50. So why are you asking for a record? He got the right to present it to you. But is healthy. How many times have you seen we are going to the hospital? How many times have medical record have shown you from the day he played soccer to after he left football? He goes to the hospital all the time. All the leak, all the bombshell that can come about. When last have you heard that we have got medical record? But you not hear the bombshell that we are. You see, you're like to compare things that make no sense. If we had medical issue, it was going to be presented out there long time ago. Because everything that we have done, we are working with Jackie Appiah, we are doing another one, Finabono slapping, we are well because of something good. You're talking about it. You think if we have medical record problem, we're not going to come out here? These are some of the insincere behavior. Y'all know that old man. Looking at that old man, physical look. He doesn't look normal. He's sick. He's feeling pain every day that comes. But you're forcing him to put on the smile that is paining him inside. Still, you don't want to say anything. Still, Boakai will spend more time in the hospital and there will be a pure waste. I don't think the Liberians are willing to put money into Boakai medical bills than what they can afford. And that's one of the reasons why Boakai will not be president. We will let the people know that Boakai cannot. Boakai is coming in as a liability already. He is a medical liability. He is an incompetent individual coming without other liability. We cannot take all the negative things from somebody like that. No. And Cummins should know better that Boakai is not the right person for this country. Cummins should not let his guard down, even if they brought him on for whatever reason. Let him not let his guard down. Boakai is not fair. Boakai will be a burden on our country. Money will be spent on Boakai health than putting in the economy. Boakai medical bill will put the country in debt. Can you imagine a country owing debt because of somebody's medical health? How do you think the world will look at us today and in the future? How do you think our children will look at us? That we saw a man with a pacemaker who 1/4 is already in the grave, who heart is already died off, and you take that man and go put him in office. How do you think your grandchildren will evaluate you? How do you think? All because of political reason? Why can't you guys look among yourself and bring us somebody who is going to take on Boakai in the CPP or in the Unity Party to say, oh man, I'm standing next to you here. I think I can do better. Which one of you? You guys don't even have that self-confidence in yourself. You guys don't have that self-confidence in yourself. Do you think a Boakai was in Sierra Leone, in Ghana, in Ivory Coast? You think he would not have people to take on him? Look at Bobby Wine in how do you call the country here? What do you call the country? Say Bobby Wine. What the African country name? I know Mozambique. Yeah, I think Mozambique, if I'm not mistaken. But I stand to be corrected here. Why you think Bobby Wine, as young as he is, taking on God, I know Musimbi or what his name? Why you think he couldn't say, let the old man go? Because those guys from the East are very much smarter than some of us from Liberia. They believe in their skill. They believe in themselves. But you know why? Because we are bluff boys and girls. We don't believe in taking responsibility. So we want to put the old man there while he's sleeping, then we'll go and buy the most expensive car, ride in our little Morovia town, and do nothing to improve the country because that's all we want. And that's all we want the old man. Anybody who want to make progress will show themselves. But these guys you see passing around here, that's all they want to do. They want to go out there, wear the most expensive clothes, drive around. They're not going to change anything. They find that they got a man who is medically immobile, can't do anything for himself, pushing him to the edge, so that when he sit down there in a dream, then they will have the leverage now to go and buy expensive car right here, right in the town. Now, one day we will come to listen to them here. The woman don't even have a message from 2017, what he wants. Ask Boakai, what are the 3 elements that you can put in place to determine why Liberia should elect you? He doesn't know that. Liberia got a problem. Yes. How do we find a solution to the problem? And why are we finding a solution to the problem? What direction Joe Boakai want to take this country? If he cannot articulate that during the 2017 election, all the time he sat over there, what can he do now? What can he do? Somebody said, I'm deeply saddened by your inhuman discretion. What make it so inhuman? Somebody said you can say that? Somebody said you can say that? Oh, but in America here, when Trump get ready and say, we need to get Hillary Clinton record. We need to get Barack Obama record. Medical record. So it doesn't happen in Liberia, right?
Student. I was attacked by administration while I allowed procurement to procure over 1,500 souvenirs and I only graduated 380. And the question I asked them, what is the basis for graduation? Is it to procure souvenir or when you have completed your courses? You understand, Clarence?
Go ahead.
And we have been battling these mix-ups. We have been battling these anomalies to the extent that it becomes frustrating. Only to realize that administration was a parcel of the decision of offer to resist my ascendancy as Vice President for Academic Affairs, simply because I was trying to reform the institution and clean the place. How can you have people who come as Dr. This, after they are approached rigorously, they downgrade the doctorate degree to Mr. This for candidate for PhD. When you still follow step on them, they say they never attended a PhD program. When you kick them out, they run to administration and the administration collude with them, put them and transfer them to different environment. I'm talking about the case of one Christian Jala. Christian Jala came in the public administration department as Dr. Christian Jala. I kicked him out of business college, only for him to be on the faculty at the College of General Studies. How do you keep such a man who
he came as Dr. Christian Jala, but after all your fact findings, you established that he does not have that qualification.
He himself, after I pushed him to the wall, he withdrew his doctorate degree. I didn't withdraw it for him. He withdrew his doctorate degree. And then he decided to call himself. You can verify that from any faculty in the public administration department. He decided to call himself Mr. Jala now. When I further investigated that he never even had a master's degree, I kicked him out of business college. He was one person. You had Eric Patel, who is the Secretary General of OFA. He came as an environmental economist, without a master's degree in economics. He was teaching environmental economics in the Department of Economics as an elective course for several years, until when I called him and invited him to a discussion, he himself left. He is today in the fishery program. What is the reform we want to change this country when people who are being identified as fraudsters will be incorporated in the same university but on a different environment?
Dr. Tini, the way I see it, I think, are you available? Can I extend you an invitation for one of the editions of the show tomorrow?
Well, that's not the interesting part. Let me go for if you want to.
Go to the, I have other things, but go to one of the interesting parts.
So we be receiving on this appointee, Ami Modad. I have access to the system and have been able to find out the truth about Ami Modad.
Let's hear the
If
truth.
you look at the university system,
you will see that Ami Muda is truly a graduate of the university. But what the people who created this transcript did not know is that when you do forensic investigation of the transcript, you see fraud. Ami Muda
one minute. You are saying after all your investigations, you have established that Ami Muda actually graduated from the University of Liberia, but when you look at his transcript, you will know that there is fraud.
That's what I'm saying, and I'll send you a copy so that you can follow me on what I'm about to say.
Go ahead.
The year we entered was 95. There was never a academic year called 1994-95. Ami Muda entered science college and did general biology. Every student who did general biology would do pre-calculus math 107 and not math 101. Ami Muda was the only student who did math 101. Hello?
Go ahead, you are live.
Who did math 101 while being a science college student. If you look further down, you will see that you have academic year 1996-97, first semester and second semester. First semester 96 was a semester that came from 95-96 that ended just before the April 6th war. April 6th was 1996. I mean, was the only person who went to school 1996 when people were fighting war in this country for 2 semesters. There was a graduation in 1996 which was in December. But there was no 2 semester held in 96 because April 6th was 1996. So he was the only student, I don't know who taught him during the time of bullets, but he was the only student doing courses at the university in 1996 in April 6th war. If you further look down on the transcript, you see Introduction to Philosophy, Philosophy 300. Philosophy 300, the Department of Philosophy was only headed by Dr. Warner Topper. There was no TA, there was nobody else in that department, only that old man. The requirement to do Philosophy 300 is you must have completed your English 202. But I was the only student who was doing English 201 and Philosophy 300. And nobody could bypass that old man, Dr. Topper. Nobody could bypass because he was the only person in his program. Are you there?
I am here, Dr. Tini, except that I have a relay to do. But are you saying these are some of the reasons and other reasons why you resigned ahead of that college?
I resigned because of the presence and prevalence of fraud. It's systemic fraud. It's systemic fraud. And if we are not careful, we will damage this country from the level of academics. This country is going down, and people there are defending fraud as if fraud now is the order of the day. People and the university that's supposed to be the gatekeeper is the one issuing fraudulent papers, and you expect us to be in administration. The university itself, forget about the students making up their own transcript, but the university issuing a fraudulent paper. How did we come to this stage in this country?
This is a big allegation against the University of Liberia, Dr. Tini. Have you raised some of these issues in your faculty, in administrative meetings at the higher levels?
As a matter of fact, before you call, I was just talking to the president of the university, and I forwarded him my serious concern that this is very embarrassing. This is very tragic for the country. Under your watch, I don't have anything personal against Ami Muda, but the university is the one who issued him a fraudulent paper. This is a different from Ami creating a fraudulent paper. No, Ami did not create a fraudulent paper. It was the university who issued him a fraudulent paper.
Dr. Tini, do you want to, what do you say to the call by many Liberians that we need to do credential audit, especially for university lecturers and professors in this country?
But when I started the process, were you one of the hosts when Alpha went in your studio and they said I was insulting faculty members?
Yeah,
were you present?
Yeah, I was. They didn't come to say it was audit. They said you misbehaved on one of them.
No, the thing is, when you put information that I will weed all academic fraudsters from this college. Then they say it was insulting to them. But if you're not an academic fraudster, where is the insult? I was insulting those who brought in fortunate people, that I would not tolerate academic fraudster in the faith. They said I was insulting them.
You said Eric Patton said he had a master's in what?
Environmental economics.
And
he has been teaching environmental economics in that place for the last 3 years until I went there. And I invited him. He currently in the fishery program. He left business college quietly.
And you got to know you got to know he does not have a master's in environmental economics.
He does not. I have his degree with me.
Dr. Tini, I think I need to bring you. We'll do behind the scene discussion right after the show. You need to come on the show. I think there are a lot we need to hear from you. But thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Freedom Event is not ready yet. And so we will continue until they're ready. Then we can link them to talk, to get to relay from the show with Mr. Simon Freeman. Let me get to Eric Patton, and if possible, I will get to Councillor. I think he's Councillor now. Councillor Norris Towett, the Vice President for University Relations. Eric Patton is right there on my line, my friends. This is the best thing to do. Eric, good morning.
Good morning from Akureyri in the Arctic in Iceland, Europe.
Okay, you are in Europe. Did you listen to Dr. Lester Tini, the former dean of one of the colleges you were teaching at the UL?
I listened because I normally follow your program while I'm here, and it's kind of laughable, you know.
First question, Eric. First question, Eric. Do you have a master's degree in environmental economics?
I have a master's degree, which I've always said, in marine ecosystems management and climate change, with special emphasis in fisheries economic analysis of small-scale fisheries. As we speak, I am in Iceland, specializing in bioeconomic analysis.
Let's get something clear, pardon. Let's get something clear. What is the difference? What is the difference of having a master's degree in the subject area you just spoke about versus having a master's degree? Because let's not argue that he's not arguing about your master's in fishery and blah, blah, blah. He said you lied. You said you had a master's in environmental economics, but he found out it was not true.
Clarence, Lester is under obligation to show proof, which I can send you my CV. Anyone who is a natural resource specialist will do environmental economics as a major course, because natural resource management involves critical components of environmental economics. When I returned with my master's, the University of Liberia, the Department of Economics was going through a reorganization of the curriculum. I designed and developed a course for environmental economics. Go to the Department of Environmental Science. I also developed a course for environmental economics. Those are not things that, people cannot attest to.
But pardon. That you did a specialized course or high-profile course in environmental economics. Does that qualify you to have a master's in environmental economics? Because that is the point. He's not arguing as to whether you didn't do a special course. He's arguing that you do not have a master's in this subject area.
Clarence, you are taking Lester's word for my word. When I returned at the University of Liberia, I presented a credential which says I have master's in marine ecosystem-based management and climate change. On my CV, I have master's in marine ecosystems-based management and climate change. Lester is telling you from his words that I say I have master in environmental economics. Which one do you take?
Oh, okay. So what you're trying to say is Lester is lying. You did not say you have degree in environmental economics. Instead, your degree is in marine ecosystem and blah blah blah.
Very well. So
okay.
I am telling you.
Okay.
I am telling you. Lester is trying to pick a bone. Few days ago he was insulting you on Facebook. That's why he's picking a bone. But let me tell you why Lester resigned. Huh?
Yeah.
The board of trustees commenced an investigation by the instruction of former President George Weah on the credentials of Lester Tinney.
Oh, the man said that credential, Brian?
I'm telling you.
Okay, Eric, let's leave it like that. We have to relay because Simon Freeman paid for this show. My friends, I will continue this thing in tomorrow. I will have to reach out to Norris Towe, Vice President for University Relations. We will follow this thing. It's getting interesting by the day. Norris Towe is calling me. Let me tell, out of courtesy, I will take you, Norris, but I wanted to take you tomorrow so that we have a longer time because we are about to do a relay now. In fact, the show is on. He paid for it, so we can't delay. Norris, good morning.
Yeah, Clarence, you just mentioned my name and I was following your popular show. Good morning to your listeners.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say briefly, I know you're going to go to a relay, is that the University of Liberia, we are doing our best to ensure that academic integrity is maintained at all levels. One of the things I want to say is that if there is anyone who, say for instance, an appointing authority reaches out to the university regarding one of our former students or graduates who they desire to appoint to a particular position, they can inquire for the university based on the credential status of that individual. All that individual needs to do is to sign a consent form that, yes, these are my credentials. You can check with the University of Liberia. And when we receive that information, we are under obligation to verify and report back to the vetting committee. We get that information all of the time from in Liberia, but most predominantly from outside of Liberia. The University of Liberia has over 50,000 alumni members.
Okay, Norris, I actually want to call you tomorrow. But do you know what Dr. Tinney resigned as head of the business college?
Yes, obviously Dr. Tinney is resignation as head of the A. College of Business and Public Administration. Okay. He did not resign from the university. He's going to resign.
He said that. Except that he said he resigned because of fraud. The university itself is accommodating fraud. Most of the fraudulent behavior from students, academic record, all these things are being masterminded by the university. But I will talk to you about that tomorrow, Norris. Let's take a long time.
We will certainly be glad to address some of the allegations that he's making as well as others.
Thank you.
I can assure you that the university is migrating through a digital system. We do not condone academic malfeasance, academic fraud, and so certainly we will respond to the allegations.
Thank you, thank you, Norris. Tomorrow I will. Yes, Liberia. Another shithole problem again, right? All right, so thank you guys so much for joining me here. We are back again here to discuss another topic on a shithole country. Yes, your country is a shithole. 176 years, they still can't get things infrastructurally done. There's no standard of work. There is no standard of how things should be done in this country. So that's equate the country to be a shithole country. But we are going to go through the interview again because what Lester Tennant is talking about, I know exactly what he's talking about. But before we do, just want to show you guys something quickly here. All right? All right. So let me turn the camera around here a little bit. If you're in the country, you go into school, make sure at every graduation, get your commencement brochure. Make sure you get this thing for every commencement. All right?
This is mine here. It's private for now. I can show it to you guys. There go the diploma up there. Yellow. Yellow. 3 or 8 up there. Make sure you get this because it's always going to reflect when you graduated, because your name going to be listed in here with your career, your degree. All right? All right. Let's see what we can show you. Let me see what I can show you guys. All right. No. Can show it to you guys right now. No. No. All 2 of them right here. 2 here. But I'm not a public servant. When my employer can show me this. I mean, I can show this to my employer. All right? So, thank you guys so much. And in fact, I'm going to show all the names. Going to show all the names. All the names. All your classmates. Going to show you everything. Going to show you everything. See all the names? These are so people. Daniel College of Business. John Jay Graduate College degree. Master of Taxation. And then here you got School of Professional and what have you. School of Information, Library Information and Science. That's the only thing I like about. That's the only thing I like about the great United States. They don't waste time with things. All right? So, thank you guys so much for joining me here tonight. Tonight we're going to be looking at the challenges faced by Mr. Boakai in his government. And I hope that you will join us to go ahead. So, in addition to our degree program, there are a lot of certificates that you have to have as well to build on your career. And you know, like the chemical board of safety. These are all the different certificates here. But I want us to go through the 6 Sigma certificate here again. Those of you that are in the industry. Black Belt 6 Sigma. I don't know whether they're using that in Liberia. I don't know. But when you get the Black Belt 6 Sigma in America, you are very good. And that karate black belt, professional black belt, they have in this country here. All right, so we are going to go through. We are going to go through that video again. I want to go through that video and analyze it again. All right. So today and tonight, we're going to look at the challenges Boakai faces. I'm hearing that the LPRC guy and the Muda man are talking about the king with some type of price, gasoline price reduction. Is that sufficient? I don't know, but we'll find out. All right. So, guys, welcome to the show. This is J. Randy here. So, let's get into it here. So, let's go back into the conversation. I'm going to take a snail walk to describe what happened. And then after that, we will be going to the main topic. So, please share my video, guys. All right, and don't take anything personally on my platform here. Don't get mad with me here when I say Liberia is a sharehold country. We all from the same sharehold country. You from there, I'm from there. So sharehold plus sharehold equal borehole. All right, so you gotta accept it that your country is fucked up. All right, the country been around for 176 years, and we yet to figure out who we are and how to do stuff. So that's what we are, folks. So that's what we are. All right. So let me try to hit this thing here. You sit down and allow criminal. You sit down on your platform and allow criminal to be the one to run your show. I care a guy who is a criminal in America be the decider of people getting job in Liberia. What sense does that make, folks? What sense does that make? I don't understand. How can a guy who is a criminal in America be the decider of major decision in Liberia? Isn't that a shithole country? I want somebody say, my man, they go to Liberia, but be looking over your shoulder. How you bet? I'll be looking over my shoulder like that. Because I know I'll be getting on people's nerve. But that country is a shithole, right? You think criminals are able to have influence in Ghana? You think criminals are able to have influence in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Cameroon? You know what I'm going to do with that? Or shithole country, criminals that can have voice. The guy is going to jail. Everybody know the man going to jail. But in the mind of Liberian, they just feel that the guy is okay here. Sometimes it can just make me mad. Just grab all my diploma and just tear everything that they put in the storage machine and say, okay, let's go back to that country. But we can't do that because it's important in other countries, all right? All right? We can't do that. Somebody say, good news, HPS announced a direct $5 billion investment. $5 billion, are you kidding me? Sherry, that's something you can't announce it. Do you know the detail of what? Hello, good family people. Hello, everyone. Hello to you guys there. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you guys there. So please, this is J. Rennie. We are back again, back with another presentation, back with another talking points. So please share the video here. I know there are a lot of activities taking place today from the continent of Africa to the to the northern part of the United States. So please, let's get this thing over with. I know some of you guys are fired over the African Cup of Nation. Yes. I mean, I'm not for Chief, Franco. I'm not for Chief. Frank, I'm not for Chief. The American people elect to monetize everything that Taylor Swift thing you're doing over there are not in your society. I'm going for the underdog. I'm going for the 49ers. So you carry your Taylor Swift team on that side there. I'm not going to be rooting for the Chief. So you can forget it. If Taylor Swift were not for the Chief, you're not going to see them moving around. They want an honor called Baltimore Ravens because they wanted the Chief to go ahead. They cheated Baltimore Ravens. So all because they want for Taylor Swift then to bring money to that part of the country. So I'm not in their corner. I'm going for the underdogs. For the Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria, I'm going for the Cote d'Ivoire. Yes. So that's my take on that. So everyone is entitled to their choice. Those are my two choices of today. Yes. So guys, welcome to the show. This is J. Randy here. Thank you guys so much for joining me here this morning, this evening, this afternoon. Let's just talk a little bit about our stuff. Yes. Hello there to everyone I see here. Let me see all those I have here. Franco, if you know him, I don't know he can't talk about Taylor Swift here. I don't have no Taylor Swift business. You see, I already got my blaha on my head. You're finished. The blaha me Cote d'Ivoire is, or Nigeria is done. The blaha me, the cheese is also done. So you're sitting on there. Adama Fofana, how you doing there, my brother? And thank you guys so much. Willamita Lawrence, how you doing there? Damascus, how you doing there to you, my brother and friend? Please share my life and let's get this conversation on the way. All right, let's get it on the way. Put it on the way so that we can start to discuss. Let me send few video out here. Dude, I see my man Ben Fry for a long time. Yeah, I know what happened to Ben Fry. Yeah. What the hell? I'm hearing your voice on my stuff. Can you keep quiet? Man, they are really interrupting my program right now. Hold on there, guys. Hold on there, guys. Podcast, and you can talk about somebody here. Something playing in the background that should have been off. So yes, good morning to every one of you guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And good morning to every one of you guys, wherever you're watching from. And wherever you're watching from, good morning. Thank you very much, Ash for Love. Thank you very much. And the day I go like brother, the kind of hat I'll be wearing now. And where the kind of hat put my dash on. And people will say, but who the other guy? My man, don't touch that man. That man an FBI agent. Don't touch that man. That man a senior FBI agent. Yes. That's how they will tell me I'm a senior FBI. So that is what it is. And we can't do anything in regards to that because we are just a country that is so complacent with the little thing that we have, and we're not willing to push ourselves to the limit. That's what we are, and that's who we are from one generation to another. So as far as the African Cup of Nations go, as far as the world, I mean, Cote d'Ivoire been to the World Cup before. They've been to many big competitions. Nigeria been to the World Cup before. They've been to many big competitions. We are just another country that just talk from our mouth, but our strength, we don't do anything positively. So Liberians, I'm not trying to undermine my country, but we are the laziest country on the continent of Africa. Very, very lazy set of people. We cannot compete in anything. All right? So I just want to share my opinion on that. That there's no way that I can go anywhere to praise my country because we are not people who are motivated by doing something positively or changing things the way things are. Most of the countries, I would say few of the countries that participated in the African Cup of Nations, they have gone to the World Cup. They have gone for many major competition. When last Liberia ever went to the African Cup of Nations? Anybody here know the year? When last Liberia ever went to the African Cup of Nations? Let me see what I can ask my good friend here. When last Liberia went to the African Cup of Nations? Let me speak to my man Monji here and anybody else. Does anyone listen to me now can give us the recent year Liberia went to the African Cup of Nations? All right? While you at it, I'm also going to be doing mine here too. All right? Let me say hi to Favor Morris there. Anybody can share with us when, when how they call it, when I see my sister coming here today. Thank you very much. All right, Ambassador. Yeah, I see my sister here, Pressure and Favor. Yes, and then I see Ambassador coming here too as well. But I want to know, right? When last Liberia went to the African Cup of Nations? How recent was that year? Does anybody know? Does anybody know when Liberia went to the African Cup of Nations? When last? Okay. 1996 and 2002. Franco, 1996 and 2002. Look at the gap in between. Oh, somebody said 1994 in. All right. Let me come verify from the statement. All right. When last Liberia participated in the African Cup of Nations? So let me try to verify what you guys have there too, right? All right. Let me try to come up with mine. Finding as well. When last Liberia participated, all right, in the African, I know what they call it, African Cup of Nations, or what I need to get for it now. All right. Thank you very much, Atlanta King. I took it from you. When last Liberia participated in the African Cup of Nations? When last? Okay, so let me ask this question here. When last Liberia participated in the African Cup of Nations? So let me see. Let me see here. Who is right and who is wrong? 1996. All right. Someone who said 1996, 2002. So my man, what my boy name? Where is he? He's right. All right. Everyone that said 1996. Yeah. Let me see my boy. My boy. Let's see it. Yes. So it was only 1996 and 2002. So those I got 1996 and 2002. According to my record, you are absolutely right. So let me give it all to Franco. Franco Cisse is right. Adama, you want to check your record out because here it says in 1996, and Liberia qualified for the African in 2002. The Lone Star made their second appearance. So that was it. That was it. So you see how backward we are. And but when you ask which country is the older country on the continent of Africa, they will tell you it's Liberia. All right. So we got the kind of below standard records that we don't tend to make anything better here. But again, guys, I want to speak to you guys this morning on the appointments and on some of the appointments. Today I want to look at Eugene Fagon. I would like to look at Mo Ali. And I would like to look at Samuel or Amos Stewart. I would like to speak to you about these guys, all right? And we're going to be speaking professionally about the guy qualification. Take care or take care or refuse it. I don't give a damn, but I'll just tell you what the guys are all about, and stuff like that. Because I know that country is another shithole country. Nothing going to come from there. And Liberia was made to be a shithole country. Liberia will be a shithole country and stuff like that. All right? So I will let you know. Ambassador Per Buse, they participated in Mali 1994 as well, G. Randy. I don't see that here, my brother. I don't see it here. Maybe that other record wasn't captured, on my stuff here. I want to see 1996 and 2002. So yeah, so guys, I will be talking about Eugene Fagon, and I would like to take calls. So once I get done with the topic, I will try to post the number, and then you guys can call and share your thought on mine, all right, on my feedback. So please do not hesitate to call and participate, all right? So let me just try to prep the number here. So of lately, Mr. Fagon, but before I get to Mr. Fagon and the others, there is a news now trending on social media that was captured and published by Front Page Africa. So Joseph Boakai is not putting in place any standards. Remember, Joseph Boakai said that his government was going to be better than George Weah government. Because everything that Mr. Weah did, it was not good enough for the people of Liberia. That is how Joe Boakai saw it. Today, you got Jeremiah Kuhn stepping onto an airplane. And there is a story coming out that Jeremiah Kuhn is on a private jet. Of course, everybody that fly on a jet in Liberia will be carrying a private jet / commercial jet. But what category of private jet is Mr. Kuhn flying on? That will never disclose. You see, in the United States here, they got something they call the E-Government Travel Service, ETS, E-Government Travel Service. That service includes accountability and transparency. Is Joseph Boakai administration going to hold every government official accountable through a system that will be set up that when they're traveling and when they return, the travel costs, the atomization? Because you see, for those of us who work in the private sector, oftentimes when I used to travel, I think one time in 2019, when I was traveling to Kentucky Those of you that follow me religiously, in 2019, you can go back to my podcast in 2019. I believe it's the same February. Go back there, you will see what I'm talking about here. Oftentimes, when you travel on a company credit card and you go from one place to another, whether by road, by air, by train, when you use the company credit card, you will have to come back and provide your travel itemization report. That is put into a software system where you will provide receipt, whether the gas, food, and everything. The purpose for that is to ensure transparency with the company money. Other big countries that believe in transparency, they also have different systems. Since we live in the US here, let me tell you about the US. The US government has a travel tracking system that is called e-government travel system. That system allows you to what? To travel and atomize things that you get out of the travel. Awia did not do it. Today, Kun is getting on a plane. The story I'm gathering is saying that Kun said he met a Ghanaian millionaire, all right, that did something for him. We will get into that hopefully this evening or tomorrow evening. We'll get into detail on that. But if Mr. Kun is getting on a private jet, then for the fact that private jet is being mentioned, when came to power and brought in something like a private jet, it was a news, it was a bombshell, it was breaking news, it was this, it was that. So why would the name even come out and be associated with Joseph Boakai administration like private jet? That story should not even be coming out to begin with. Look, Joseph Boakai has exhibited and have shown through his recent appointments and the shorter time he been in office now that he is a very tribalistic guy. He practiced nepotism. And he is a guy that is so tied into bitterness against other people. That's who Joseph Boakai is. Almost 2/3 of Joseph Boakai appointees are people from that region. That is the highest displays of tribalism. That is the highest displays of tribalism. Yes, that is the highest display of tribalism. His family members are also into this government. For every 4 people you find in the Joe Boakai administration, there will be, for every 4 people you found, 3 will be from that region. 3 will be from that region. This old man is very, very tribalistic. If you think that Joe Boakai is not tribalistic, you're wasting your time. He is very, very tribalistic. But we will be calling for transparency because Liberian citizens for accountability, responsibility, transparency, and ethical standard will hold Joe Boakai. Anytime I see anything on Front Page Africa that is pertaining to Joe Boakai bad behavior, I am going to capture it and I'm going to report it to the Department of State. That will be my responsibility. Anytime I see anything, I will capture it and I will send it to the Department of State. That will be my responsibility on the Joe Boakai administration. From the $25,000 they were given to the garden, I already sent it to the State Department. So anytime I see any kind of headline in Liberia, I'm not going to be waiting for some of you guys. Because you will remember from the day Joe Boakai was appointed, was announced as president-elect, I came here and said, I'm not going to congratulate Joe Boakai because I knew and I still know why I said that few weeks or up to a month ago. Joe Boakai is not stranger to me. I grew up. Those of you that watched my show yesterday, when Lester Tennant was talking about Amin Madad, that was after our 1990 war. We were the young people during Samuel Kanyadu administration that were still in grade school. That is from 1st grade to 12th grade. And I got to see Joe Boakai. And I know Joe Boakai. So post-war Liberia today, I know Joe Boakai from the past, and I know Joe Boakai today. The old man lies a lot. Don't see him by his old age, please. I keep telling you, when you keep judging Joe Boakai by his age, you will miss what you're supposed to understand about Joe Boakai. It's not about his age, and I keep emphasizing on this thing by giving you example. Joe Boakai is 78 years old, right? When you look at people in different countries that are incarcerated and in prison, they are not being thrown in prison because of their age. People can be as young as 15 in other countries, and people can be old as 95. They can go to jail. Do you know why the age does not matter? Because the crime that you commit has nothing to do with your age. It got to do with your behavior. And this is what I want you to understand when I tell you that Joe Boakai is a man that lies a lot. And you will get to see that this old man lies a lot. And I want to be very honest because there are 8 pillars. There are 8 pillars that promote good governance. Jeremiah Kuhn has already started to lie. Jeremiah Kuhn is saying that when he was on the plane is where he met a millionaire Ghanaian. Fellow Liberians, don't you buy your ticket before you go sit down on the plane to meet people? When criminal Stanton Witherspoon took a crew to Liberia, did he get on the plane before he purchased that ticket? These guys are going to ruin the country. And these things should not be repeated because it has been repeated in the past. The last time I remember, let me refresh your brain. Let me throw light on your brain because that part of that brain has been covered. Samuel 12 was on the fly where he upgraded. It became a problem for Unity Party people. And we all went and grilled Samuel 12 for that. Well, in a few months, Darrell Dillon did the same thing too. He said he never flew on any private jet. He never flew on first class. He was in regular class. What happened to the 2 incidents? Whoever came out to provide corrective action for public officials, who said to people that, oh, we need to have some type of tracking and trending for public official travel. We need to establish a system where they will atomize things. There are government officials that come to the United States or go to other countries. They take money from the government coffers with the hope that when they come, they're going to get a rental car, they're going to take an Uber, they're going to live in a hotel. When they come, they stop in their friends' houses and don't report that money back. That country is fucked up, folks. That place is fucked up. That place is fucked up. That's why you don't even see Liberia going to African Cup of Nations. You are not seeing Liberia go to the World Cup. What works in that country? Nothing but bad example. Liberia is the only country where when you need bad example, don't go or don't look anywhere further. Look right back there. When you need any bad example, go to Liberia. You will find it there. Don't go anywhere further. You are from a country that I call a shithole country. Nothing works in a country. And that's what Liberia is. And just after everything I just explained to you guys, why is it that Jeremiah Kuhn will even be associated with flying a private jet? When we made private jet a conversation during the We Are administration. Oh, we are broad plane. Oh, look at my one phone now. We are broad plane. We are did this. We are did that. Why? You guys like my stuff? Yes, my weapon is on my head. Y'all like this? Or y'all like this? Either way, I don't give a damn. Liberia is a shit whole country. Let's continue here. Why will we still be talking about Jeremiah Kuhn and a private jet? Why will we be still talking about Jeremiah Kuhn and a private jet? Why? That means that Joe Boakai is not going to change anything at all. Joe Boakai is not going to change anything. The fact that Joe Boakai declared his access through the backdoor process. Didn't Ellen and Joe Boakai then during their time declare their access through the backdoor? Yes, they did. Didn't we and all the public officials declare their access through the backdoor? Yes. So when Joe Boakai said he declared access through the backdoor, do you see any difference in there? Do you see any difference in there? Do you see any difference in there? I want to see answers here. What make it different? You bring about different or differences into society of things that have been done the same way and you make it different. Joe Boakai is going to be one of the worst corrupt men. Thank you very much, Dew Salah. At least Dew Salah or Sila has said something. Joe Boakai is going to be one of the corrupt men in our country. Joseph Boakai is very, very corrupt. He's very, very corrupt. Joseph Boakai should be able to establish a traveling system today to say to you guys, the Liberian people, I'm going to be transparent. How come Jeremiah Kuhn trip was not transparent? How come we don't know that Jeremiah Kuhn is about to make a trip and the trip here will be sponsored through so and so airline? How come Jeremiah Kuhn did not announce that, but he get booked? Anytime I see any headline, whether it is Daily Observer, whether it is Front Page Africa or Joseph Boakai, I will not only print it. Right now, I got enough document here now for the Boakai people administration. Enough of it here right now. I got enough of it here right now. Plenty of them here. There are plenty here. The $28,000, the $25,000, I got all of them here. I'm saving them. All I have to do, every Friday, I put it into a PDF document and send it to the State Department. Now, I am not happy with my country. It's too early. Things are going on wrong, and I'm registering my complaint. All the headlines about corruption, about mismanagement, not finding the rule of law, I have already started to report it to the State Department. Any human rights violation, it will be going to the human rights violation. Nowadays, they got video now. You can upload video now to these people. I'm not going to be waiting for you guys. I'm not going to be waiting for nobody. As long as we have videos, I will be presenting them now. The government here must do its best. You accuse George Weah of doing the wrong thing, don't come here and go do the same thing. So I'm not going to be waiting for you guys. We will be sending the document then to the State Department. So the Jeremiah Kuhn getting on a plane and saying that, oh, it's not private jet. He is not being transparent. He is in violation of the 8 pillars of good governance. What are the 8 pillars of good governance? Let's go over that. 1, transparency, accountability, inclusive participation, ethical leadership, efficient resource management, rule of law and compliance, strategic planning and vision, risk management. Those are the rule of law. Now, where does traveling comes in? When you travel as a public official, the government should announce your travel. Jeremiah Kuhn does not work for the NSA. He is a public official. When he's traveling out of the country, there should be an announcement made that Jeremiah Kuhn is traveling with X, Y, and Z. Don't you guys hear it? When Joe Biden or any president is traveling, Liberia is not a superpower country that got troops in Afghanistan where they say, oh, Jeremiah Kuhn is traveling, so let's keep our mouth closed. It does happen here. However, when the president returns, there is an atomization of the travel expense that will be available for the public to participate and see. These guys are very corrupt. The Boakai administration They are nothing but bunch of corrupt individuals. And Joe Boakai support that. Because Joe Boakai is a tribalistic guy who have been practicing tribalism for a very long period of time. Don't you get it? Can't you see? Everybody now who Joe Boakai appoints, man, the Burma Camara. When last did you see Burma Camara on that criminal they call Stanton Witherspoon show wearing an African gown? When last? When last did you see Burma Camara wearing an African gown? Now, everybody now are wearing the Joe Boakai African gown. They are identifying themselves now with Joe Boakai tribalistic philosophy. They are identifying themselves with Joe Boakai tribalistic identity now. Double Jala, same thing. Burma Camara, same thing. The other guy there, the other aggressive guy they call Newman, same thing. This guy is going to introduce tribalism in the country and within the government system. It's going to spread like something we used to call discourse. And back in the day when discourse, everybody can see all the discourse, Joe Boakai is going to spread tribalism across every government sector in the form of a discourse. That's who Joe Boakai is, and that's what Joe Boakai was fighting to be elected for. So it will come a time everybody will start wearing those Loma and Gisi gown passing around. That is Joe Boakai's vision, and that is Joe Boakai's plan. He's going to implement those things. That old man is very, very tribalistic. He is very, very tribalistic. And you know what tribalism do? It destroys the country. It slows down the progress. You need to understand this thing because we came from a path that destroyed us based on tribalism. The man had not even appointed anybody from other region of the country. He hasn't done that. He's not speaking on it to say, you know what? Let's take for example, Costa belonged to the Kwele tribe. Do you think a Joe Boakai was somebody that really believed that he is the father, as he often said, oh, my old age has nothing to do with who I am right now? If Costa said bad thing about Joe Boakai, you want to tell me Joe Boakai cannot say, you know what? Let me try the ball here so that Liberians out there can see the goodwill of me. Costa had been appointed as deputy social and so minister. Let's see whether Costa will say, no, I don't want it. But the grudge that Joe Boakai kept against Dr. Harry former Monimba, that he don't even speak to his son Clarence Monimba, the grudge that he kept against Kekula Poto, that he cannot even speak, he never spoke to Kekula Poto, is the same grudge that Yeke Koluba talked about that he used against Tima Jarate, that now you know me. You guys have brought an old man into power who is coming with all that very nasty behavior in him. Do not look at Joe Boakai based on his age. People in other countries are not going to jail because of their age. They are going to jail because of their bad behavior. A Joe Boakai called himself a true grandfather, grandpooba of our country. There's nothing wrong with you appointing Costa. You will be doing your part, or he will be doing his part. It is up to Costa to say, I don't want it. Then we have a point now to say, yes, the old man did his part as an elderly man. Because in the Bible, they talk about the prodigal son, right? Why you think this story happened? Everything that happening today, it once happened in the past or twice happened in the past, that we should take a page out of what happened in the past and be able to correct to the present, the present reality to make progress. But Joe Boakai is copying and taking negative things from the page of the past and applying it into the reality. That is what made Joe Boakai to be a very tribalistic man. Now, let's come to the issue of nepotism. Joe Boakai family, Joe Boakai relative, they are everywhere in many places in our country. We are not even gone into 2 months yet of Joe Boakai administration. The Gisiization, the localization of his people, then they are all over the place. They are all over the place. That's who Joe Boakai is, and that's who Joe Boakai is going to be forever. So that means that Joe Boakai is violating the 8 principles of good governance, or the 8 pillar of good governance. But this is a man who accused other people in the past. Remember when you were sitting down with Tima? Oh, I got fired by Joe because Blazo told me, say, oh, I can't go to NDPA headquarters because I am not part of the NDPL. Yet the man there now closing door on Prince Johnson. Do you know why they closed the phone number or Black Prince Johnson phone number? Because those tribalistic guys that are around Joe Boakai, you know what they tell Joe Boakai? Don't trust Prince Johnson. He mock and run. Remember the time he told the Liberian people that when he went to Georgia, they were there drinking liquor, drinking golden gin. When we say our thing here, Prince Johnson will go also there to go talk. So let Black a number. That advice is coming from the inner circle of the tribalistic fabric of the Joe Boakai inner circle. The man is not part of our party. I mean, he's not part of our party, and he's not part of our society. He mock and run. So Prince Johnson got more to talk. Joe Boakai only used Prince Johnson to get the power he wants today. That is another bitter goat that Joe Boakai has sold to Prince Johnson. Another bitter goat. He fed the bitter goat with plenty of water and sold it to Prince Johnson. And sold it to Prince Johnson. And by the time Prince Johnson gave him that money, by the time Prince Johnson gave him the power, he ran. Joe Boakai is not only a liar, but Joe Boakai is a born crook. This is a man who told Liberians on Costa Show that he sold a sick bitter goat to a food businessman. And do you think with that character, he going to exemplify good behavior in time to come? No. There will be many people that Joe Boakai will fake, will deceive. It's just a matter of time. And it is starting with Prince Johnson right now. From the day I heard that Joe Boakai sold a sick bitter goat, McCarthy Johnson, don't take that thing for fun. If Joe Boakai is brave enough to sell a sick bitter goat, he told the story. And you know what? Costa will not get the blessing of the Liberian people if Costa does not come out to talk about that. All right? This old man sold a sick bitter goat to a food businessman. If Joe Boakai is honest enough, you know why I don't go to Liberian churches? Today is Sunday, right? I have never been to Liberian church for over 2 decades now. Because Liberians are very dishonest people, majority of them. Costa know that story. You think I'll get kind and put story up together? Joe Boakai was on Costa's show, and he told Costa how he sold a sick bitter goat to a food businessman. And I'm sitting down there listening to Joe Boakai. And he told Costa, when I took the bitter goat to the food businessman, I knew the bitter goat was sick. But I went there because I was hungry. And when I took the goat to the food businessman said, the goat looks sick. And I was in a town called Wasanga. The food businessman looked at the goat and said, the goat is not well. And he acknowledged that the goat was not well. But Boakai said he went back and fed that bitter goat with drinking water. But in that drinking water, he put salt in that water. And the bitter goat drank that water. Let me get my Bible here. And you say, God, people? Yeah, it's the Holy Bible here. I'm going to open the Bible and case it to show that what I'm saying is true. If it's not true, I will not see any blessing on this Sunday starting from today. There, right here. And you say you can go to church? I'm telling you right now. I'm casing it before you're here. I'm casing it before you're here. Let me put it right here. Joe Boakai went on Costa's show and said when the food businessman recognized that the goat was sick, he took the goat back and got a bucket of water and dumped salt in it. And the bitter goat drank that water. The stomach got big. And he took along with him his brother. And he told his brother along the way, follow my lead. Don't say anything. You just follow my lead. When they got back to the food businessman, Joe said he knocked on the door. The food businessman opened the door and came. There go the bitter goat right there. The stomach had gotten so large from the water he drank. And the food man asked him, is this the same bitter goat that you brought earlier? Joseph Boakai lied to that businessman. And he said no. Somebody share the video with Costa right now. Let somebody share the video with Costa right now. If what I'm seeing is not true. Let somebody share the video with Costa right now. There's no reason for me to lie. And Costa turned around asking, so what happened? He said the food businessman counted the money. The man counted the money. All right, what are you doing? Take time, my brother. It is too easy. Left is too short. Are you threatening me here, Mr. Met Office? Mr. Met Office, are you threatening me here? Let me see where I can get an image of your post here. All right, so I can know who you are. Because there are two things I can do for you right now. Tomorrow morning, if I know who you are in America here, I will be reaching to the Department of Homeland Security to find out who you are. And then, number two, if you live in Liberia, I will be reporting to the U.S. Embassy tomorrow. So let me see who you are. I will find your name here right now. All right? I will find your name right here. This is not Liberia here. This is America here. This is not Liberia here. We are in a democratic country. This is a democratic country. I can say Joe Boakai is a very stupid man. That is the package that democracy brings. Show me what part of the Bible that say, what part of the Constitution that say Joe Boakai can lie is a crime. Show me. Show me what part of the Bible, what part of the Constitution that say Joe Boakai is a stupid man that is a crime. All right? What part of the Bible? I don't want you to give me no advice. You know how many people have died from me in our country that will be concerned about my life? Don't bring that contrariness to me here, my friend. Don't bring that contrariness to me here. Do not bring it to me here. All right? You believe in your own life, but you're destroying other people's lives. Then you talking about someone to take time with their life here? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you try to understand what's happening in our country? Or you sitting down somewhere else and enjoying the sweat of the white man and don't understand what's going on in our country? After 176 years, you know, people had died in the process. 250 people died, 250,000 people died in our country. You think their life better than mine? And you think their life, your life is better than theirs? People die because people wanted justice in our country. People wanted to fight against corruption. And then you bring in yourself and say, oh, take down with your life? If you yet to support tribalism, this is not the right place here. I will tell you that Joe Boakai is a liar. Joe Boakai is a crook. There is nothing in the Constitution that says by me expressing myself in a way has anything. If Joe Boakai thinking about bringing wish on me, he will not make it to reach here to me. And if anybody thinking about bringing wish, they will not make it, including yourself. Trust me, I am a God sent. So don't bring that here. I am a God sent. Anybody who try anything, you will find yourself right below my feet. So don't bring that nonsense here to me. Let's continue with Joe Boakai lies here. We did not go to school to get any feelings. There is nowhere we got any degree to control or manage people's feelings. If you have a feelings, go to the criminal Stanton Witherspoon. Because you make that man to feel so complacent that even what he had done in America, he does not even feel that he had done anything wrong. We don't do it on the platform here. We don't do it on the platform here. You sit down and glorify a criminal, a man that cannot leave his own home, to even take a children to the bus stop, to even go for a PTA meeting. You sit on that man platform and glorify him. But thank God for the white man country. I love the white man country. You can't do that nonsense thing here. That's why the white man system will always be the best. Now, let's get back to this man. So he took the better goat. He took the better goat and took it right back to the food businessman. And the food businessman asked him, is this the same goat? He said no. He lied to the man. And then Costa asked him, but why did you do that? He said, because I tricked him. And then he started laughing. And because I said, what happened next? He said the man counted the money and gave him the money. He said, you know what I did next, Costa? My brother and myself started running. He said the food at man's house, it was like in the middle of the town where you can look straight. But while he was running, he said his mind told him, that is his mind, M-I-N-D, try to bend. And he said he bent. He told his brother, let's bend the way. And they bent. And they went between the houses. And then Costa asked him, why did you guys bend? He said, because I don't want the men to know where we're living. Because you will know our horse straight down. That's how crooked Joe Boakai is. I challenge anyone to take the video to Joe Boakai and simply ask him, did you sell a safe better go to a food businessman? If Joe Boakai denied that, I will resign from Facebook and you will never find me on Facebook again. I challenge anyone listening right now or later, take the video to Joe Boakai and ask Mr. Boakai, did you sell a safe better go to a food businessman? If Mr. Boakai say, I never did, I will resign from Facebook. Because he will be lying to you just how he lied to Prince Johnson, just how he lied to other people. So the challenge is yours to take on it. I will resign and I will close my page on Facebook. You will not find me. I'm challenging you guys. I'm not a Stanton Witherspoon. I'm not at any other platform. Take it to him. And I'm calling on all the journalists. You always get the opportunity to ask Joe Boakai. Today's Sunday. Many of you guys went to church or you're planning to go to church or you're coming from church. And you believe in your God. Take the information I'm giving you if you are truthful to the people of Liberia and go ask. And it is based on the kind of misinformation, the kind of individual called Joe Boakai we're dealing with. That I'm coming from here and telling you that Joe Boakai is not going to change anything in our country. He is very tribalistic. He practices nepotism. And now he practicing division now. The men who went to him together to all state George we are from power democratically. He doesn't want to listen to Prince Johnson anymore. What has Prince Johnson done to him? Prince Johnson is only concerned about how he's treating him. But he has gone deaf now. Joe Boakai has become deaf-tuned to Prince Johnson now. That's what he had done. That's what he had done. Are you guys willing to live under the kind of administration? Are you guys willing to live under the kind of administration? But that's what he has done. What will happen to you guys when you start asking Joe Boakai the tough question too? Is he going to turn around and turn against you guys as well? We must learn to hold Joe Boakai accountable. We must learn to hold his administration accountable. Because you are dealing with a man who lies a lot. The characteristic of Joe Boakai should be a fair separation between his age and his character. Whenever I'm talking about Joe Boakai, we must do a fair separation. How many of you guys ever came across your mom, your dad, your uncle trying to get the oil from the palm nut? They put the palm nut in the water, it sit down there, they boil it, and it sucks all the nutrients from the palm itself. And then overnight, in the morning, the person will come and take the scoop and start to scoop the oil and put it somewhere. They are doing fair separation, and the rest will remain in the water. That is how I want you to understand Joe Boakai and his age. I'm not here to insult Joe Boakai's age. The age Joe Boakai has only trying to show us how long he's been on the face of the planet. But the behavior of Joe Boakai is where I want to draw your attention. That this old man, he lies a lot. Why is it true that Joe Boakai has transformed from one age to another? He has transcended from one age to another. But the behavior of lying. He was young when he saw that better go told the food man. He's old today and he's still tricking people. The man came out and said Doe did not do anything good for him. But when Doe took office, Doe elevated Joe Boakai from being a resident manager at LPMC to a managing director, and even he elevated LPMC to a corporation. And then in the same time of that time, before 1985, Joe Boakai was also given Minister of Agriculture. What did Joe Boakai do? He sat on many platforms and said, Doe did not include him in anything because Joe Boakai said he was not a member of the NDPL party. But then how did Joe Boakai become Minister of Agriculture 1983 to 1985, where the NDPL was not even established at that time until late 1985? He lies right there. He lies. And I want you to understand that he lies. Liberian, come on, today Sunday, you're going to church. You guys are going to church. You need to hold your public official accountable. Don't look at the old man, old age, and think that he cannot lie. Then go to all the prisons in America and ask the warden to free all the old people in jail. And tell them, say, look, this guy is 70 years old. This guy is 60 years old. Free these people. They will tell you, say, no, they are not in jail because of their age. They are in jail because of what they did. Liberian, you need to open your minds. You need to open your minds. That's what the old man is doing. He has the behavior of deception, lies, misleading people. How many of you guys don't know that Joe Boakai was managing director of LPMC? But before that, he was also a resident manager. But Doe elevated him. But today, because Doe is dead, he lying on Doe. Now, when he became LPMC managing director, he was appointed by Amos Sawyer. And because of a poor performance, Amos Sawyer fired him. We were in Liberia at that time, still in Tottenham High School, when that thing happened to him. Amos Sawyer called him back. Lester Tennant told a story the other day on OKFM about Amin Modar. It was during that time that it happens. We saw that. I was there. We saw the story. And then he went and forced Amos Sawyer to lie. And that's why Amos Sawyer will be burning in hell from now to I don't know when. Now come to Eddie Johnson Sirleaf. What did he say about Eddie Johnson Sirleaf? He said he was parked as an old car. But that was not true. Toba spent 19 years on William V.S. Todman. So when Toba became president, he said, I have to find a way to keep the vice president position occupied. And what did Toba do? Toba created the policy within the executive branch that every vice presidential person or every vice president will be responsible for the group of 77. What did Joe Boakai do to assist the group of 77 for the 12 years he was with Ellen? But then he said he was parked as an old car. Do you believe when you have a responsibility? Do you see yourself as being parked as an old car? You see, my friend, I'm trying to put together a timeline of Joe Boakai lies and deception. That doesn't mean that I hate him. I'm only looking at Joe Boakai behavior in this thing. That's all I'm doing. I'm trying to help Liberians out here. Your age should not override your behavior because they must work together simultaneously. Aside from that, Joe Boakai was a head of the community empowerment at all. He was part of the community empowerment. He was there to provide some level of facilitation in terms of knowledge and ideas. He was also over the Liberia Marketing Association. He was also part of the resettlement and repatriation of Liberians. So then how will Joe Boakai come and tell you that he was parked as an old car? This man is lying. He is lying. So somebody with that kind of character that comes to the presidency, you got to be very careful. And you got to use every sense of yours, every sense of yours to look at his past, to determine his present and see who he is. Joe Boakai knows exactly what I'm talking about here. He knows what I'm talking about here is nothing but the truth. Stay with his character today. What did he do to Cummins? He said, Cummins finger a document, right? But in the end, Cummins did not figure no document. As recent as it is, have you forgotten about the Cummins scenario? So everything I have said up to this point, what do you make of the Cummins scenario? Because the reason he did that, Joe Boakai never participated in any electoral primary before I would say election. But even before we come to the Cummins issue, let's backtrack a little bit. He sat on Tima Jalate's show. What did he tell you guys? That he has a pacemaker, but he never had a surgery. Liberians, many of you guys work in different sector of the healthcare facility. You are taking care of people with pacemaker and other medical devices, right? And what their parents tell you, what your boss tell you about the patient, when you look at the patient record, why they show that we are under HIPAA law? Some of you guys will know through your feelings that people with pacemaker, from your experience, they may have gone through some medical procedures in the form of a surgery. The old man sat down right on that show, and he told T-Max, I have a pacemaker, but I never had surgery. If that is not a lie, I don't know when will you tell me that it's a lie. How many examples should I give you about this old man? I don't dislike the old man because he is made in the image of God like you and myself. What I dislike and I want to expose is that behavior of lies. We got to get over this thing. We got to get over it. Even if God is not happy with lies, thou shalt not lie. Y'all go to church every Sunday. Y'all were there today. And I'm sure one of you guys, the sermon may have come with something, thou shalt not lie. You tell your children to not lie. You tell your people to not lie to you. But you got a man in place who lied to a food businessman and trying to lie away again through the whole process here. He's misleading the people. He's misleading the people. So who will be having pacemaker in them with all no medical procedures? I want to see that hospital. I want to see that surgeon. Because we can make many recommendations where you just going to just put it on you, and you okay, and you okay, and you okay. Do you know how many Americans will want to go down there? Do you know other foreign nationals will want to go down there without having their flesh open? Joe Boakai could be a liaison to get rich. Bring one guy, he bring 500,000, you take your 250,000, they have to take their own. By the time you know Joe Boakai will be a millionaire. And you even call him man Stanton, says, Stanton, we got a new open here. But that was nothing but a blatant lie. And then what happened to the Cummins story now? You saw the Cummins story, right? You saw the Cummins story. Many of you guys saw it. How come he was dressed from coat to coat? And he started losing weight because that burden that was on his head. Am I lying in that one again? Do you know why he did that? Because Joe Boakai was afraid of competition. Throughout his life, he had never participated in any electoral process. The first time he tried, 2017, he had malfunction. That is why Joe Boakai never had no primary, because he don't like competition. Today now, he is president. He came out and said 40,000 or whatever amount got missing. He's not willing to conduct any audit. The Miata formula then took $650,000 to establish or to run or carry out a program or inauguration. Money passing here and there. General Pelele, who Joe we said, oh, you were against me. He went and called BBC. He part of that committee, or was part of that committee, and Joe Boakai did not call for any audit. But you heard them on a different platform where they were there, say, oh, I get it all, person 60,000, they give me 10,000, give me this. Why Joe Boakai is not going for any audit? Because Joe Boakai has people who believe in his partiality, that we call the biasness. Very, very biased. But we need to go after the NSA. And his vice president is getting on a private jet. And he's not seeing anything. That is Joe Boakai for you. If I don't know anybody else, I know Joe Boakai very well, friends. I know that man very well. I know Joe Boakai very well. From his professional behavior, I know him very well. Kekula Kpoto was the party chairman of NDPL. When Doe shortlisted few gentlemen to be his vice presidential running mate, Kekula Kpoto was from Sierra Leone, Joe Boakai. They knew each other. Kekula Kpoto came up to Doe after he looked at the list. He said, Doe, you are making a serious mistake. And Doe said, what you mean? He said, the guy they call Kekula Kpoto, Kekula Kpoto said to Doe, the guy, I know him very well. Hey, my man, who here? Let me see here. All right, my man, saying you won't be abusive here. We don't take abusive here, okay? So, Hanson, you have violated our community rules. You are going to be banned from the stream here. Yes. You are banned. Yes. So, Hanson, you are banned. We have to let you go, Hanson. Yeah, we don't take people like that here, Hanson. And you know, you must learn to control your feelings. You know why the black people are always being shot by the police people in the country? You know why most of the black people can get shot in the country? Because by the time policemen put on get back, and the women get time for that shit. Pa. So when you come on the platform here, because we don't have gun, we just black you. Many black people are getting shot in the country because they're too aggressive. How many times have you seen a white man getting shot? How many times have you seen an Indian man getting shot? How many times have you seen a other national getting shot here? Because we are aggressive people. That's why people keep putting bullets in our people. You come here, control your emotion. Don't come here with that kind of aggressive behavior. I will block you, I will let you go. You sit down here and you allow a criminal to dictate leadership in your country. And you think you got a country? No. We have a shithole country. For a guy who is a criminal in another country that is on his way to jail, and he has an influence in our country, and you don't see nothing about that to say, yes, this thing is ruin. Or it can happen in Cote d'Ivoire, it can happen in Ghana, it can happen in South Africa, in Liberia, it can happen. Then you want to come on my platform here to come bring about profanity here, you will be banned. But I will advise you, don't go outside there in America, especially when you live here, and policemen put you or get jump off from your car. My man, that will not be a good day for you. Let it be a warning for you guys. This platform here, we will straighten Liberians people here when you come here. We don't do things here like Liberians. We do things here the way we do it when we go to the white man working place. Behave ourselves. If you don't behave yourself here, I will let you go. You got to behave yourself. All right? Yes, I'll behave yourself. All right? So let's make progress. All right? Now, coming down to Eugene Fagon, coming down to Mo Ali, and coming down to Amos Tuel. We are now coming into the second phase, the third phase. On the platform, those who Joe Boakai nominated, we said that some of them were good to go because Joe Boakai need to fill his positions. We cleared some on the platform. We rejected some, but we have a rubber stamping Senate that just passed everybody. They're going to further ruin the country again. That's why it is. Then we now saw the confirmation hearing. We challenged the legislature, especially the Senate, that they did not really show or display a proper hearing. What we expected of the Senate, one is to clearly define the role of that ministry or agency function as it relates to the Liberian people. And two, bring about the challenges to the Liberian people, discuss about the challenges, and let the Liberian people get to understand the function of that ministry or agency and the challenges facing that institution. And then begin to question the nominee about how he or she is going to put measure in place to reduce the challenges. That was never done. That is an inherited problems that is going to impede the progress of our nation, because they did it in the past of not doing what I just explained, and they repeated the same thing as well. So it's going to continue. So don't be surprised when you see poor performance. And we just saw it from what Amos Tuer and Amin Modar did. They came out recently and put some kind of piece of paper out there and say, oh, we have reduced the prices of gas in the country. The question you should be asking them, you reduce the gas, but who's going to subsidize that? Let me repeat myself again. Go and ask Amos Tuer, go and ask Amin Modar. You say you reduce the price of gasoline. Who is going to subsidize that? Because the last time we checked, President Weah administration spent $15 million to keep the rest price down. But the IMF came and warned them and said, if you keep allocating other money and reducing rest price, you're going to increase your deficiency in debt. And based on the advice, Mr. Weah and his administration decided to add $5 to the sale of rice so they can reduce their debt deficiency. Boakai then saw that opportunity and came out and said, the Weah government not doing nothing. The people suffering here. So when Amos Tuer said they're reducing gasoline prices, who's going to subsidize that? Who's going to pay for the price that they're taking out? Or that percentage? Who's going to pay for it? They are already starting to lie to you. Joe Boakai also started with his lies too, right? When he did his so-called urine test, where they were having that urine buffet, because you see people sitting around urine, that nasty thing they did last week, I hope they never repeat that again. You cannot take the conference room where dignitaries from other countries will come and sit with you and you put prostate pee all on the table. That was so archaic, that was so illiterate, and that was very, very gross and very, very nasty. Never should you do that again, Joe Boakai. That office does not belong to you. It belongs to the people of Liberia. So don't do that nasty thing anymore again. I don't care for them who is angry with you or with me. I don't care for them. You're feeding me nothing to me. Anybody that does that to the world in the United States where you live, or any part of the world you live in a women country, that practice democracy, that believe that the power belongs to the people, they got the same right as I'm saying here. So, Mr. Boakai, never ever take your prostate PP along with the other prostate PP and put it on a conference table. Don't do that. That is too electric. Don't do that. Do not do that again. Let there be a warning. And for the doctor and lab technician, shame on you. Because you know very well, the integrity of taking a urine or other sample must be done in conformance with standard laboratory sampling procedures. While your day over there was completely out of pocket, it was completely out of line. So that tells me that you guys had justified the reason where Liberians often say, I'm working at the will and pleasure. You see what working at the will or pleasure of the president can do to your career? That's why the old clown then did over there the last time. Instead of them implementing their standard practice, but because they work at the will of the president, they compromise the integrity of their own career to please the president. That is why I don't believe in working at the will and pleasure of anything. You don't do that in the corporate world. You work according to the standard operating procedures, than working at the pleasure of your supervisor. That is what they did over there. So I'm saying to Joe Boakai, never ever use that conference room for any sort of prostate PP convention. All right? But what did he tell you guys after they were done with their PP conference? He sat right in that same PP, and what did Joe Boakai say? Oh, I listened to the radio the other day, and BBC is saying that the war in Ukraine the war between Ukraine and Russia is giving the economy a hard time. Really, Joe Boakai? Do you believe that we should listen to that crap from you, Mr. Liar Man? You are the same person masquerading around here when the Ukraine war was taking place, right? So when the Ukraine war started, after Joe Boakai became president, the Ukraine war started. Yes. No, that's not true. The Ukraine war was in existence a long time. When Joe Boakai was campaigning, the war was still fighting. The question here is, did Joe Boakai tell Liberians, you know what, you gotta be patient. When I win the election here, you gotta be patient because that war in Ukraine, when I win, we're not going to just start giving you a job. We're not going to create 50,000 jobs. We're not going to just fight against job via harmonization. He lied to the people, right? How many examples should I give to you guys that Joe Boakai is a liar? How many examples should I give to you guys that Joe Boakai is a liar? Joe Boakai knew the Ukraine war was taking place. He knew it has had so many impact on many countries' economy. He knew all of that. But he turned around and saw the same very good to the Liberian people. Joe Boakai saw the same very good to the Liberian people, but this time around, he got busted and the better go people right in front of him. Pia! And then he said, oh, the better go people, my people, the war in Ukraine, you gotta be patient. I can't use American expectation. You gotta be patient. The war in Ukraine. Joe Boakai, we're not holding our heart. You will provide the job. Because you know why? What did Joe Boakai tell the Liberian people? He said a lot of things. We hold all this to Joe Boakai. This is Joe Boakai right here. All right? Joe Boakai promised me during the campaign. Joe Boakai said he will create 50,000 jobs after 150 days. We're not waiting for Ukraine war, Joe Boakai. We will hold you, Mr. Boakai, even though your face looking at something else. We will hold you, Joe Boakai. Joe Boakai said no car will hitch. We're not waiting for the war. Joe Boakai said he will see about all civil servants' salary. We're not going to be patient. Joe Boakai said in 2022 that if he is elected as president, his minister then will spend 6 months each in each county. 6 months each in each county. If any of Joe Boakai government officials leave that country with us spending 6 months in each county, I myself will come to Liberia and tell Joe Boakai, you lie and you are a liar from the belly of the devil. Because he said it. And we got it here. Joe Boakai said, when I become president, all the ministers will spend 6 months in each county to get to understand the situation the people are experiencing in the county. Am I lying here again, folks? You see why you don't understand? There are many Liberians around the world, but there are some that keep information, and you are looking at one. I still got my grade sheet from Thomas High School. And you saw my Thomas High ID card yesterday? I still got it. I keep everything on Liberian and on Liberian politician. And that is where some of you guys will get hard time on me or with me. Because if you lie, I will bring your lie back to you. Joe Boakai made the promises, and he must fulfill the promises. Again, he's going to tell another lie. And that's what made Joe Boakai to be a pathological liar. That's why you see, those of you who stand for the truth are the ones that are still here right now watching me. That's why I don't go to Liberian churches, because the churches are dominated by demonic pastor, preacher. Many Liberians that go to Liberian churches are going to hell. Many Liberians that go to Liberian churches are going to hell. Don't let nobody fool you. Liberians will not be in heaven as many as they think, because they don't like to hear the truth. And God sent me to tell them the truth. And I'm looking and telling God every day, God, these people are not going to heaven. You know that. You know they're not going to heaven. Because they lie too much. They are very deceptive. And God is keep telling me, keep going there, my son. Keep going there. I know they're not coming to heaven. But try your best. Even Jesus Christ, he died for them. They're not going to heaven. You saw the number king all the way to 140, right? It gone down. That's how long it will take for Liberia to be a better country. Because as long it's not in their interest, they don't want to know. But that's not what the God say. God said we should learn to tell the truth. That's why I don't go to Liberian churches. Those of you that are watching me for the first time, never ever invite me to a Liberian church. Don't do that. I don't trust them. Whether in the United States, whether in Great Britain, whether in China, whether in the graveyard, don't invite me to any Liberian churches. Whether in Liberia, I don't trust them. They are from the better of the devil. The pastors, they are better from the better of the devil. They don't preach about truthfulness about God. I don't trust them. I don't trust no Liberian church. If there was a church of the satanic preaching of God in Liberia, I would be walking to the church of the satanic preaching of the Bible in Liberia. I would rather identify myself to say, you know what? I believe in the devil. Than Liberians who will come and tell you they believe in God, but when you tell them the truth, they don't want to hear it. You know, it's honest to be honest and truthful. If you believe in the devil, say I believe in the devil. That's why God got the devil and he got the spiritual things of the law. But Liberians, your brothers and sisters, them, they are not correct. But this guy here will be the one. You will go on all the Facebook platforms. They will get you sweeter. But yeah, when you come here, our communion with Savior will be having a taste of Ghana and Jorobo. Because it will help to heal the body. It will help to heal the body. That's why we do here. So, Joe Boakai made the promises. If he does not fulfill the promises, he's nothing but a liar. And we cannot allow liar to be ahead of our country because he will teach everybody to be a liar. All right. So quickly here, folks. Quickly here. Eugene Fagon. Do you really think Eugene Fagon is qualified for that position? Let me see hands. Let me see hands, folks. Do you think Eugene Fagon is qualified for that position? Do you think Eugene is qualified for that position? Let me interact with you guys small. Let me post the number up. All right? Let me post the number up. So let discuss these guys and you call me and tell me whether these guys are qualified for the position or not. All right? Let me put the number up. Yes, let me put the number up. And you tell me whether Eugene Fagon is qualified for the position. I mean, is qualified for that position. Because I have my own input on that. So let me see what you guys will tell me. Whether Fagon, let me turn this thing on right now here. Whether Mr. Fagon is qualified for that position. All right, where is my page? All right, I'm right here. I run away from here. Y'all got me to deal with. This is not Stanton Witherspoon here. Yeah. Y'all got me to deal with. Yesterday I saw somebody asking on their show whether Stanton Witherspoon ever invite me. Stanton Witherspoon cannot invite me because he's a criminal. The judge Stanton Witherspoon will never invite the FBI on his show. He will never invite me on his show because he know that nonsense thing he do to the Liberian people. Not all Liberian he can do it to. Because he's a criminal. And I know that he's a criminal. And when you want to have a real talk, let him invite me. Let's talk. First time I was asking specific question. When you going to jail? And when he tell me when he going to jail, then we can have the conversation. But he will never do that. All right, 445-626-278. Okay. So let me see where I can pin this number here. All right. So there go the number there, folks. Call me and tell me whether you think that Eugene Fagon is qualified to be president. I mean, is qualified to be the minister of, the director general of LBS. Let me turn the phone on. The phone is lighting up now. It's coming on. So you call me and tell me whether Mr. Fagon is qualified to take on that role. Call me, let's have the conversation. Even the people that support Fagon, call me, let's have the conversation. I want to have the conversation. I don't want to be the only person to say that. You call me and tell me whether Mr. Fagon is qualified. You call me and tell me whether Mo Ali is qualified. You call me and tell me whether Amos Sweat is qualified. And you can also call me. You can also call me to tell me whether they are not qualified. Either way, the number is out there. Give me a call. Give me a call. I'm waiting for the call. Anybody? Well, as I wait for the call, let me start with Mr. Fagon. The last time I checked, Mr. Fagon was he was a car salesman. Not actually a car salesman, but he was a guy who was approaching people coming to the car lot and asking them, how may I help you? Are you here to buy a car or are you window shopping? I got my boss in there. That's the last job that Eugene Fagon did here. After he claimed to have 3 or 4 associate degree. Next thing I know, Eugene Fagon was in West Virginia, sitting down in an African stool. Yes. It's on now, or what's his name? Let me see it. Of GT, the number is on. I mean Philip. Yeah, Kofa. Kofa, the number is on now. You can call Kofa, my bad. I just turned it back on, Kofa. So it's on now. There you go. There you go. Hello there.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I am doing great. How yourself?
I'm good.
All right. All right. So what is your take? What is your take on everything so far? Tell you the first. Let me just give you a blanket question. What is your take on everything so far?
Thank you so much. I'm P. Jimmy Kofa.
Okay.
I'm calling from Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I listened several times. The other time you reply with me. Oh, I listen to your show most of the time, brother.
All right.
I mean, I just sent you the text.
All right.
I mean, whatever a GMP man has said, it has to wait that you can talk to an older person for it to be reasonable.
What the way? Give me the way.
Okay, this is the way.
Okay.
Me, what I can say to my father.
I don't want you to speak to yourself. I want you to speak to yourself. Talk to me in general.
Okay, what I'm saying, I said I can say to my father, I can say to another person's father.
Let me hold you there. Let me hold you right there. Let me hold you right there. I'll give you time. I will give you time. Okay. I want you to understand that the role of a president is not guided by parental principles. It's guided by a democratic principles. And the democratic principle respect religious principle, respect parental principle. But there is something called freedom of speech. And that freedom of speech is not limited to the discretion of you talking to somebody as your father. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, now we live in America here, right?
Yeah.
And we inherited the democracy from America here, right?
Okay.
All right. Now, in America here, the democracy that we got in Liberia, if we inherited it from America here, did we decide to take away freedom of speech to say it doesn't belong there? Did we do that?
No.
Okay. So I'm telling you that the fact that we didn't understand what we're getting into, I want Liberia to understand that in how much you sit in America and everyone else and see people calling Obama dickhead, Donald Trump can lie. They are using the same constitution that we borrowed from here and never understood it to customize it for ourselves. And we decided, we go to the market, right? We see the potato grain, we see the boning, but we buy a particular soup to come home and cook it to our liking, right? Some people cook it for it to be hot. That means it got more pepper. Some people cook it for it to not be hot. That means, to be hot. That means it get pepper in it or it doesn't have pepper in it. We took the constitution from here, we carried to Liberia. And everything that we expect the constitution in America gave us here, we using it back home. So if we did not customize it, there's no need for you to tell me, say, oh, Teta, how you do this? No. I'm completely operating under the constitution.
Okay, thank you so much. If it is so, if it is so that we are practicing for what that is being done in America, the little children, the way they talk to their mother and dad here, can you do that in Liberia?
Well,
they hear me as their mother. Shut up! Don't you able to go to your mind in Liberia?
Yes, they're supposed to be doing that because that is the freedom of the culture. That is the freedom of the culture. That's the freedom of the culture. Can you beat on your child here? Can you beat on your child here?
No.
Okay, but why should you be on your child in Liberia? Is it good for you to be on your child in Liberia?
This is what I'm saying. The upcoming of the child.
The point here is we are adopting white men philosophy, white man, society practice, or something that we think it will benefit us. You just want to take from the white man thing that please you, but you don't want to take from the white man thing that gave you the right. So that means that if we don't want a democracy, then let's go back to dictatorship. How's about that?
Okay. Let's go to the other point.
All right, let's move on.
The qualification.
Mm-hmm. What's your take?
You talk about Honorable Eugene Fagon.
Yeah.
As to whether he fit for the position or not.
Okay.
Listen, once you guys go in there as Deputy Minister of Information, definitely he fit for that position. Listen, Helen Johnson Sally, graduated from Howard University, she had all of the degree, work with United Nations people. What she did at the end, she dumped the country. So what? So let me start. Let me start with the ending now. No way, I coming. Tematela and all of the kids that used to be in the rural countries, they never went to school. They use their own ideas. And where did the idea of Tamatela has taken us so far? What have we changed in our country? The idea of Tamatela led the people of Lofa at the time. Yeah, but what impact does it have now? What can we say about that today? You know, back in the days, hold on. Back in the days, all right, the Toyota Camry you see today, they had a Toyota Camry in 1985, 1984, right? Why? I'm asking you a question now. If they have it 1985, no, at that time I'm not exposed to vehicles, so I don't even know. Okay, but you know, but you know that they have a 1985 Toyota, right? I knew about Toyota. Okay, but now hold on. Let's take our time here. The Toyota of 2023, is it the same Toyota of 1985? No, they are new model. Okay, how you think they built upon that new model? From the old one. Okay, so what has Tamatela done, in your understanding, that we are built upon today that made Liberia to be a better country? He kept peace. Okay, have we kept the peace today? Have we kept the peace today? We do. We have the peace there, right? No, let's forget about George. We are on top of peace. Let's forget about George. We are on top of peace in general. Let's forget about George. We are on top of peace in general. Okay, we have peace today, yes. All right, you sure we have peace? Definitely. Okay, then why are you coming here to challenge me, exercise my freedom of speech? That because I'm gonna have a father, I'm gonna talk like a father to Joe Boakai. This is what I'm saying, brother. No, I'm asking you a direct question. If you say we have a peace, and I'm expressing my freedom of my freedom of expression, which gave me the opportunity to speak freely in a free country with peace, why are you questioning me? No, I'm not questioning you. No, but you called to question me now. Yeah, what I'm saying, brother, listen to it. My kids, me, Jimmy Kofa, any of my children, none of them can look at me and you say, come up, what you did to yell at me? Well, I'm sorry to say that family upbringing is not the same as the constitution that we operate on. You may be a Christian. Hold on. You may be a Christian in America. You may be a Christian in Liberia. You may be a Muslim in America. You may be a Muslim in Africa. Your faith does not trample over the constitution of our country. That is, you don't judge things based on your religion. Right? You only judge things that society see based on the constitution. Because if we use the biblical constitution to judge things, Christian will be telling people who are not Christian what to do. If we use the constitution of the Quran, it will be telling us who are not Muslim what to do. So whether you got it in your home or not, you cannot use that on other society of people. Okay. All right. So, well, we have the constitution, so we can't customize it like that. I just want you to understand. The problem is we inherited something that we did not study, we did not understand. And you know, I got your point. What you're saying, you are well within your right to say those things. But what I want you to understand, in order to understand, we inherited a system of governance that don't have respect for what you respect. It was bad that we inherited that. But nobody sat down to think about it. Nobody got your opinion to say we're bringing the constitution to Liberia. It will give up the opportunity to say whatever we want to say to anybody who older than us or anybody who younger than us. They wouldn't do that. We just brought it and set it down to us.
And then when we use our last name, then you won't get vexed? I think what you should be saying here is, my brother, I think the Constitution that gave us the right, it is giving us too much freedom. And I think we need to have some type of way to change it. But that would be very difficult to do because people are already tasted peace. All right? There were people who were calling Jowiah man in that place, cursing that man, cursing other people, man. I don't know what were you, but I'm sure you will tell me say you were against it. All right? I'm sure you will tell me say you were against it. All right? So
no, I went against it. I talked to them.
Okay, but what? So what did they tell you? What did they tell you when they were cursing Jowiah man and you told them? What did they tell you?
What I'm saying?
No. Hold on. Those people you advised that were sitting and listening to someone cursing Jowiah wife and mom, and even the person that was cursing Jowiah man, if you happen to talk to them that time, what did they tell you?
They said the other one said that you don't just go around abusing people. Jowiah did criminal thing.
So does that mean that? So is there anywhere in the Constitution or in the family value that you believe in that say that if somebody is criminal, you should curse them in the family value, the way you treat your children?
That's the main opinion that what you told me.
Oh, so you accept your opinion, right? So you accepting your opinion, but you're not accepting the fact that as a constitutional country, I can tell you that Joe Boakai is a freaking liar, right? And he's an old man that lie or lie, right? And that's my constitutional expression. Okay, so the same way the other guy was telling you that he was expressing himself about Jowiah man, that's the same thing I'm doing here, but I'm doing my own based on the freedom of expression, which is one of the pillars of our Constitution. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome, sir. All right, bye-bye. Anyone else? Anybody? This is civic society, civic education. You heard the man. They put our cousin Jowiah man. He said the man said, because Jowiah did some criminal thing. Even though Mr. Weah was not found guilty anywhere by anyone, but only by his own conviction, that he felt the need, that what he think Jowiah was doing was wrong, so he got to go and call Jowiah man. But here, we're not causing Boakai man, we're not causing Boakai wife. We're only looking at Boakai behavior, and we're giving more example about what Boakai has done, and we are only exercising our freedom of expression. And then you want to come here to use family value to judge things? Why you didn't use the family value against the guy who was insulting Jowiah wife? Oh, that is opinion. Oh, so your family value start right there, right? That is why Liberian will not like me. That is why I cannot go to Liberia. Because we're not ready for the democracy here. We came here, we took a put democracy, their constitution, we put it on the ship, we came to Liberia, not knowing that it has so many things in the package. So guys, I'm still waiting for calls. Anybody calling in? I need to get the heck out of here. Anybody call? Alana King, where are you? Are you still there? Anybody? Give me a call. I feel that Fagon is not qualified. All right? Fagon is in no position, shape, or form. Academically, he's not qualified. Professionally, he's not qualified for that position. He is not qualified for that position at all. Let me take the next caller here. Hello.
Hey, J. Randy, how you doing?
Hey, my man King. What's up? What's up, my man King?
Cool, man. The volume was low, but I think you worked on it so it was an increase.
Oh, yeah, it was low. Yeah, I increased it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, before he got off. But yeah, but thanks for the show today, man.
All right. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, you know, for some of us that believe in time, you know, Randy, you know, the good book and everything, you know, the good book, still at everything. You know, you treat people how you want to be treated. You understand me?
Yep.
Yeah. And for some of us that step outside the religion and stuff, you know, yeah. You know, like I have a friend I always use, like by the famous reggae band called Black Europe.
Yeah.
They have a song called like Guess Who Coming to Dinner? Yeah, and in that song they have a line that the food that you eat to save your life is the same food that can take your life.
Yep.
If you misuse it. You understand me? So you see Boakai, people not understanding Boakai, some of the people today, the voter and stuff, they just start knowing about Boakai.
Yeah.
you know, the we administration.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even doing my inside, they ain't be here, but they didn't do a lot of research. You know, but if you have, but that G start coming out and stuff to them during the we administration.
Yep.
You know, so they don't understand Boakai. You know, like Boakai is a dangerous old man.
Yes. Yes.
Very dangerous. But you know, religion has conditioned us in a way.
Thank you.
That's why it was one of the reasons that
Thank
people, when you see the white people took away religion from the school, it didn't just take it away just because of the cause.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we live in a civilized world that everybody advanced, everybody belongs to different faith.
Yep.
So you can practice your faith at home, but you can't impose it on people at work.
Thank you. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, it. Yep.
Yeah, that old man is a dangerous old man. But you see how biased the Liberians been. You know, like when I watch this other lady on Spoon Talk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know her name, you know, because I don't even want to know her name, but I hear her talking. Oh, you should be patient. They should work with this the government just knew. I just look at them and laugh. I said, but then all this stuff, why you guys didn't preach, they're working together, get unity. When the CDC, when we was in power and we are invited you guys to have dinner for you every year when you show off during Christmas.
Yeah.
And y'all refuse to work with him.
That's how they are.
Y'all saying he should be out.
Yeah.
You don't want him, he should get out.
Yeah.
But then what that come now, you asking people to work with him.
And be patient.
Like that.
We're not going to work. We're not going to work.
Yeah, it don't work like that. So Boakai come along now. Can you imagine if people were paying people to throw dirt in the street and take pictures and send it to them in America?
Yep.
To talk about how dirty
the country is. Yep.
Now Boakai come in, they go clean up for 2-3 hours. They say, oh, Liberia is clean.
Yeah.
I hear a lady on phone, oh, Liberia is clean now. I said, wow. So you hate a human being so much that you condition the hate.
Yep.
So you pass the hate onto your country.
Yep.
You understand me? It's like you own a hotel. Because you hate a tenants that just show up, that just renting a room for a day or two, that going to be leaving. Then you say you can't clean out your hotel, you can't do nothing because you hate this person that's in your hotel. But you have to know that when this man leaves, the hotel is yours.
Very good logic.
You understand me?
Yeah.
But that's the primitive mindset of us Liberians.
Well said.
I sat across the fence, ready, and I watched everything. Everything that they started from the grassroots, that the weapon, the thing they used, that the food that Boakai ate to save his life. That cuss word. Boakai supported, and you know, I talk with Key, all the men and Key that my homeboy. You know, we talk and behind closed door, all the things, and most of the guys that I talk with them.
Mm-hmm.
And even that man said I call, he might know. Boakai Checkman, Boakai, the only person that I don't have record on calling Key was Boakai West.
Yeah.
Boakai said used to call Key.
There you go.
Boakai's son.
Yeah.
Joe,
yeah.
His daughter, all of them.
Yeah.
They used to call Key and send him money every month or every week or 2 weeks. Yes. Even the Benin Ure, the Ure daughters and all the people that are doing we are later on.
Yeah.
All of them. They don't want to support that man, of course, that man mind.
Yeah.
Then they talk about integrity. They talk about integrity. What integrity Boakai have? Boakai don't even deserve no, I don't even like to talk about it. Look, Randy, when they talk about principle, they talk about integrity. You saw Obama did it. You saw John McCain did it.
Yeah.
When I was calling or Obama or terrorists.
Yeah.
He said no. Boakai could have came out if Boakai is a man of integrity. And they said he a deacon, so I don't know what church he goes to.
Deacon my foot. Boakai be
deacon. I want to go to that church door and be there when I get to that building.
Don't waste your time.
Boakai is a deacon in.
Don't waste your time.
When Boakai had somebody that he was supporting that come on every Sunday. So how do Boakai listen to that man, causing really cause on that man.
That's the deceptiveness of that old man. That's the deceptiveness. And he never said anything at all throughout the 6 years, or I would say the 5, I think it's 5 or 4.5 years. He never said anything. He never came out to say, you know what, this country believes in family value. It is very, very, un-Liberian to see someone abusing somebody. He supported everything. I mean, his fingerprint was all over what that guy was doing. And, and his supporter too, they were for and center of what this guy was doing. They were there all the time. But now we are trying to do things here. Then they want to come here and tell about family value.
Yeah, I'm not calling you up. I've been on the phone with me and man talking before, and that papi call. I said, "Oh my man, I'll call you back."
Look at it.
You understand me? Yeah, all the stuff. Yeah, the man
wow.
on the phone, some other guy then calling. Don't top man.
Yeah.
People respect in our country. You understand me? So what kind of church, what kind of where we used to go to when he used to talk to this man?
Yeah.
And every Sunday this man come on and cause this man mind, cause the man grandma, everything before he start his show.
Yeah.
So what church?
He ain't going to no church. He ain't going to no church. He ain't going to no church.
You say he a deacon.
Deacon where?
And where they come from? Where they come from without stuff in Liberia, somebody kissing the Bible. What foolish that people that making all of this?
That's why I kissed the Bible right before there and they ran away. Because they know what I was saying are the truth. That's why they ran away.
I saw a picture of some under that lady young man kissing in the Bible.
Yeah.
I look at Liberia and I said, wow.
Yeah.
But you want people ready? You know, the old man used to say the snakes is never a pet. You know, like in goat soup. Now, before I go to the goat soup, I go to Dole. Dole said you repeated it the other time, like time trap is not for.
It's not for right alone. Yep.
It's not for time. It's not for time right alone.
Yeah.
Understand me? But people don't understand. But you see, the food I want you to save their life will always be the same food to take their life if they're not careful. But you see, now Boakai is ninja for in the dairy trap.
Yeah.
And you saw that guy play Uric tip.
Yeah.
That guy got tape on Boakai.
He got tape. Let Boakai just try that man. Well, yeah, more yeah. Just Boakai just try that man.
He got recording on all of them.
Yeah.
All of them on Costa. He got recording on Justina. The large Justina Tiller then told. They and Costa and all of them, the engineer that stuff to lie on Coty and she lied on an oath to come to America. But the same thing that happened to Tom Williams, but some of us would believe in time.
Yeah.
You understand me? That lady lied against Jefferson Coty, lied against the way administration, said she was this, she was this, she was that. Prophet King got her on recording. He got all the stuff that they lied. He even wanted to expose her that day, but she was quick. She rewound herself. She drunk on board and stuff. And he saw the tape that he played against Uri and Sting. He got recorded on everybody that called him. Even down to myself. Everybody that called him, he recorded everybody.
Yep.
It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
So now, even if because I see America calling them, all of them coming up. America calling them were all sending money to Key. Now today he coming all trying to hire on them. But how does Liberia operate?
Yeah.
You good to use them to come to power, right?
Yeah.
But when they come to power now, then they try to act like a class.
Yes. And we're not allowed that to happen.
And I was sending that man cash out or sending him money. Now America coming up to act like he's intelligent, he classes to do other, the old man that privacy, growing all this and that. And now he's trying to act intelligent, he can't hold.
Yeah.
I see Harry rolling in the
paper. So King, quickly, because I'm pressed with time, all right? So, I want to leave maybe like 4 minutes after 4. So, what do you make of Fagon appointment? Do you think he's qualified for that role? What's your thought?
If you ask me, Rennie, the Liberia today is different from the Liberia when man died, and and we were growing up in Liberia when real, people, real civilized people and people intelligent was running the institution in Liberia. But the Liberia nowadays, is called head chicken. So if you ask me, everybody that they appoint, they are qualified to serve, but in a real world, they are not.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, but you know, Liberia is not a real word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like a like a gorilla city, right? It's like a gorilla city.
Yeah. Really, the only time we believe in Liberia again, if a president come to power and his first day, before he even said he would, you know, put a team together, the first thing we have to look at in our country is the Constitution.
Okay.
The Constitution have to be rewritten.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be changed over. There should be no way country that's donating to us. The president has served for 4 years, representative in 2 years, senator in 4 years. We in that country. Look at God at Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson go for what? 29 years?
Yeah, pretty close to 29. I think 27. Yeah.
More than Tubman.
Yeah.
Was president.
Yep.
You understand me?
Yes, sir.
So it's a lot of things wrong with that country. So that country is not a civilized world. So God, if I can way qualify. Everybody they are qualified because that country is beyond. Even the Bushman words are better than our country.
Oh wow. Yeah.
All right. Anybody. So even now, if they even bring monkey said is more intelligent than our country already. But I'll pause. So maybe some other people got something to say for 1 or 2 minutes before you leave.
Yeah. Thank you so much, King. Thank you.
All right, man.
All right. So, guys, well, I would like to say thank you. We're bringing the show now to a close. But I would like to say a few things before I go. And depending on the day today, we might come back to bring more video presentation and analysis here. So, for me, Eugene Fagon is in no way qualified for any position, whether in Gorilla City, in Monkey City, or in a civilized war, uncivilized wars. This guy is coming as a liability to that position. He has no prior experience. He went on a weird team and became a liability, and he got fired. Eugene Fagon has never worked in any area where he managed people. People management is part of leadership. Eugene Fagon has never handled any budget to carry out projects. Eugene Fagon has never managed crisis at any place of work. So, Liberians, you'll get ready again because you're going to see another useless government and useless leadership. There are few people who will try, but there will be more people that will present the humiliation from the Boakai government. Again, I would like to say to Boakai and all supporters of Boakai, we have our constitutional rights. It is given through the freedom of speech. We can say anything to Boakai. When I say Boakai is stupid, he dumb, it's not anything that goes against the Constitution. It's not anything that creates fear or poses any threat to him. It is just words of expression. Until Joe Boakai leave power and go into his private life, he is obligated and is open for criticism. We inherited a constitution. We inherited a democracy that we had no clue about. And nobody going to customize it based on your family value. Nobody going to customize it based on your religious principles. We are going to use every tools that the Constitution has provided within the practice and right of every citizen. Joe Boakai must follow the 8 pillars of good governance. Joe Boakai must do things differently than what we are and any other president did in the past history of our country leadership. Failure for Joe Boakai to do that, we will collect every information that we deem necessary and we share that with the international community about Joe Boakai bad leadership in the country. If Liberia must make progress, we must look at what we have never done in the past and begin to do the right thing. Do not take my word personally here. I am a Liberian just like yourself. The difference there is I don't play loyalty to an individual, neither a political party. I don't support criminal. Many of you guys will agree with me that what Stanton Witherspoon did in the country, you will never do it because you respect your character. But yet, you go and support him. And then you want me to come here and give you any slap on the wrist? No. because I don't think that the women's system should be better than the system in Liberia. But some of you guys are giving reason for me to say that. Some of you guys' behavior are giving reason for people to say Liberia is a shithole country. Because you know the thing that stands on there in the country, you will not do it here. But then yet and say you support him. So that means that you only respect the women's system, but when it comes to your system, you can show no respect. That is the contrary between you guys and me. Because I feel that Liberia can be better. And in order for Liberia to be a better country, we must challenge the negative things that impede our image. We should promote the thing that will show respect from other people to us. So I will be here. I am a single guy. I'm not going to change Liberia. But when you come on my platform, you will get a rude awakening. You will get a real awakening. You will get a knowledge awakening that this guy, he does not play like the other people. This guy, he very real. And that's who I am. And that's how I want to be remembered. I cannot change Liberia, but I can try to help those who come on my platform to provide some sense of a new Liberia. A Liberia that you will measure based on Liberia-centric. And the centricity of being a Liberian is to say no to the wrong things, irrespective of your support for an individual or a society or a party. And say yes to the thing that we always appreciate, even if we're not on the same team. So Liberian, I want you guys to remember me. My name is J. Randy. I live in Liberia. I was born in Liberia. The thing that I saw as disadvantage, I became victim of that. And the last thing I want to do is to support the thing that made me a victim, support it to affect other incoming Liberians who are looking forward to a better country. I'm not going to go into that. I supported George Weah in 2017, but I criticized Mr. Weah. CDC and myself went to war, and I told them things, and today they are out of the door. Am I happy? Of course, some way I'm happy because they never listened to me. But what is the way forward now? Well, they need to listen to me and put in place measures that will prevent their bad behavior from coming back in their pathway again. Because there is an opportunity that CDC can come back to power. But they can only do so by cleaning all the bad things. Are they going to listen? Well, it's to be determined by them, not me. All I have to do here is to tell them. I don't believe in Liberian churches because growing up in Liberia, we had leaders who believe in the words of God and not just preaching the word of God. They synthesize us during the days. Like I said, when you see the woman behind, you are already committed sin in your mind. That's how God prepared us back then. We were really living in the words of God and not walking as a Christian. I don't see that in Liberia. I don't see that in the churches today, whether in the United States, in Europe, in Africa, particularly in Liberia. I don't see that. So we got more problems than the solution that we have provided so far. So thank you guys again. I will be back here later on today, depending on the day, to have another round of conversation. But this is J. Randy. Liberia cannot change me. And I will try to do my best because I'm just one person out of the few hundreds of Liberians on a different platform because they are not there to change anything. They are only there to entertain you. Every time you come on the show, when you walk away, I want you to walk away with something new that will help to add to your value in measuring things. I want to develop your acknowledgement, judgment. I want to develop your sense of creativities. Because if you are able to say things and do things, if I'm not here, you will continue on that journey. Jesus is not here today, but those who follow his preaching and teaching, they continue to carry out the good wills of God. I'll see you guys later on. Bye-bye. You see the $5 billion it just is in there. And don't be no kind of stupid announcement here, Sherry. And direct $5 billion investment. What the resources that brought guy in our country that equivalent to $5 billion. You got a GDP that is around 621 that got about $5 billion. You better go read that thing good. Don't be that shit here. Let me tell you. Don't be that shit here. Let me tell you right now, okay? All right. Let me see something here. That nonsense thing talking over the $5 billion. Don't be that crap here. I'm telling you. All right. Let's go to something quicker. Let me see here. Don't be that nonsense here. GDP 5. Bro. You carry your thing to stand up with us, but not bring it here. All right. Carry that thing to stand up with us, pool. You don't reach in and go here. They won't talk about something here. HPX. All right. HPS. And all right, so let's go to Yahoo Finance. If you don't know about Yahoo Finance, well, this is where you got to come to find out about the company itself, right? So this is HPX here. Let's see here, HPX. So this is HPS right here. All right, let's see here what the guy here for HPS. I don't know which name they're using. I see HPS here. I actually don't see them here. Let me see. Let's go back here again. Okay, HPS. Let me see the interactive chart here. This is HPS here. This is the financial update here. Let's see here. Oh, this is the interactive map here. Let's go back again to HPX here. HPS. I think this is them here. Let's see here. HPS USA. Okay, let's see the USA version here. All right, HPS. Let's see their profile here. HPS. The minister went down. You got told they get $5 billion. See the minister. The minister went down. Is that the minister ended on Friday yet? All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see their profile here. All right. Let's see their profile here. Oh, what they did? They may not showing their profile here. Okay, let's see. Let's see the summary here. Oh, let me see here. It says, sorry, we were unable to find anything on HPS. What's going on here? What? What's going on here? What a minute. HPS, let's see here. I don't see that name here, HPX. Even to their profile, you can't find nothing on their profile. What kind of nonsense is this? Nonsense is this. Okay, let me see. Let me count down again. HPX. I can see the USA branch. I wonder they honor the name, this name. Let's see HPX. I don't see them honor. Okay, let me see it. This should be here. This is the name here, right? Yeah. All right, HPS here. Let's see that stock here. HPK, HPX, HPX. What the hell? I don't see them here. HPX. Let's see. I don't see them here. All right, what I'm trying to look for here, let me just look for one company called Medtronics so you can see what I'm talking about here. METRK. Let's look at let's say METRONIC. All right, let's look for Medtronics here. All right, let's look for Medtronics here. All right, let's see what Medtronic has here. All right, you see here, this is an American company called Medtronics here, right? All right, so you can see here, Medtronics. This is a company I worked for before. This company right here, let me show you guys what I'm trying to do here. This company right here, I work for this company here, all right, as an industrial engineer, Medtronics right here. So let's look at the performance here, what I want to show you guys. So you come to the country profile, the company profile here, and then it tell you what all the CEO then make here, all right? See everything here, what all the CEO then make? So you see all the CEO, this is how much they make here. The CEO of Medtronics, he made $7 million a year. And the executive VP made 992. They stay here. And then what you want to look is their cash flow. And then it tell you everything here. You know, when Costa came to America, he wanted to know whether Cummins was a U.S. citizen. That here what I was able to find the information here. So here you come here again to their sustainability report. This is where I play a major role right here. You see here sustainability right here. So when compiling the company annual report, this is my area right here, sustainability. So let's see what is sustainability. That is the climate change. You see environmental risks, social risks. So any company I work for, this is where I play a major role here, all right? So right now, their footprint is getting bad off in America, as you can see right here. They all the way into red. They're coming to severe right here, severe, getting severe. They should be coming down here. All right? So let's go to their cash flow. Cash flow. All right, let's go to their finances here. And let's see their cash flow. The cash flow will tell you whether the company need to hire people or not. This is their revenue here. So the guy who talking about the billions of dollars for HPX, this is something that I wanted to see. And, you know, show you their operation expensive. And, you know, but these are high-level things that when I feel like Brent understands. Some of you guys, and, you know, it's just for your own education. But again, when you're looking for a job for a company, you want to check that particular history. How much the CEO makes, what is the cash flow. And then when you apply for the job, and you tell them, say, I want to make this amount. This is how much, because sometimes they will ask you, how much do you want to pay? I mean, we'll also pay you. And sometimes what you do is you look at your current salary. If you're around 135, 150, say, if you want to add 5,000 over your salary, you can add 5,000 there. And, you know, and say, let's say if you make 125 and you add 5,000 there, you'll be around, what, 130? You can shoot for 130. They ask you why. You talk about your job skill, your education experience, and the company profit, and the company cash flow. And then you tell them about the company future. So, wow, the guy is very good. And, you know, so those are things that we'll look at. So, again, always, and, you know, whoever work for a Fortune 100 company, Fortune 500 company, all you got to do is to just type in the name here. And, and there's something called a 10K and the 8K report. That's some type of report that you send to the Security and Exchange Commission. All right, the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. You have to make that report every year. And in that report, you will find, let me see what they got here, sir. It's something very important for some of you guys here. So if you want to learn it, it's up to you. All right. Like I told you, the platform here is very, very important. So let's look at some report here on a metro. Oh, sorry here. So let's look at some report here. Anybody working out there, give me your company name so I can put it in there. But I'm going to tell your CEO how much he's making you. I want to fire you. Let me tell you right now. Anybody, you got your company name? Give me your company name. Let me put it in here. Anybody, you got your company name? That's Saturday now. Let's try to do some live research. Anybody got your company name? You want to give me your company name? Don't worry, I will not look for you. I just want to tell you whether your company making profit or not. Anybody? One person said, Put, is that the company name there? POT? Oh, Dr. Pepper? Okay, let's go to Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. Let's see here, Dr. Pepper. Sorry, Dr. Pepper. Let's see here, Dr. Pepper. Oh, I got command. I shouldn't be putting command there. All right, Dr. Pepper. Let's see. Let's try Dr. Pepper. All right, Dr. Pepper, you are underneath the name here of Kruger, Dr. Pepper. All right, let's go to your CEO here. If your company is very transparent, we'll see. Dr. Pepper, yeah, your CEO here, his name is Robert J. Gumcott. He make $3.3 million a year. And then your CFO, this is how much your CFO made here. All right. So let me see your cash flow. That will tell me whether your company doing well financially. All right. Let's go to your cash flow, your profit. You see your profit right here. All right. These are your profit here. 2021, 20. But I see your 2022. I have your company. They made that a photo, man. What are you doing here? You got 2020, 2021. What is cash flow for 2020, man? I see a cash flow for 2023. 2023 cash. Maybe they didn't send in a report yet. Yeah. They still figuring it out here. Maybe they're waiting for the end of the quarter. All right. But your net profit here. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, go your profit here. 7.8. So your profit not bad. You see your profit been growing. 2020, your profit was at 6, and then it came to 6.9. So your company got a late profit. They can increase you. All right, who coming next again? Who next on the list? Somebody said I'm gonna check McLean. All right, let's check to McLean. You better go to work Monday because you see all them salary, you know, when they come for you, better come on you. I tell you now, you come on here. Sometimes your company can have what we call, all right, let me see a McLean company. All right, let's see, it's called Cumberland, C-U-M-B-E-R, Cumberland. Sometimes you can be on a different name, man, you know. Let's see here. Let me see what I can find you here, what I'm looking at right now. Let's see here. I don't find you here. You're somewhere around here, but maybe you're on a different alias name. All right, let me see who next here again. Somebody said I should look for DSNPA. DSNPA. Is that the name of your company, that DSNPA? Let's see here, DSNPA. I'm not too sure whether this is your company name here, but let me see here. Yeah. Maybe your company might be on a different name. Yeah, it might be on a different name. Sometimes the company then they got subsidiary, all right? All right, Delta Airline, that's a popular one. Delta Airline. All right, let's go to Delta. Somebody got a Fortune 500, all right? DELTA. Delta, there you go, Delta Airline. All right, let's go to Delta Airline. So they are known as Delta Airline. They call them DAL. All right, my man, that Delta Airline, man, don't go make plans on our airport money. Let me see how much your CEO make here. Your CEO is called Edward H. Bassin. He made 3.99 million here. Yes. All right, so like people in here, Delta Airline, they feel that you're having issue here. Let me see. All your men are making millions of dollars. Look at them making millions in that place, my man. Let me see. Finally, my man, how many men are paying you over, my man? The men are making millions of dollars. How many men are paying you $50 hour? Then you fucked up. You gotta go protest. You gotta go protest. Let me tell you right now. Let me see it. All right. All right. So let me see it. All right. So don't go protest over there. Let me see. Somebody told me to look for a company called Optum. Okay, let me look for Optum. OPTUM. Yeah, let me see. It's a private company here. Let me see. Optum. Okay, Optum is a healthcare. That's a healthcare, right? I go your CEO then down here. Yeah, then right here. Let's see here. They are that big ball company there, you know, in Minnesota there. Okay, let's see here. Let's go by again. What is here about them here? A healthcare company that they can be making money, but they don't have to know. So that they can say, nobody must know about, oh, we're not going to publish nothing. You see how they had their own there. So the men get something to have. So Harriet, your book has something to have. Let's view here. Let's view that here. Maybe we'll find something here. No, we're not finding anything here for them right now. Yeah, then right here. Harriet, your people got something to have. Let's see their finance here. Let's see here. In fact, let's go to the, what are the people there? When they got their CEO there, let's go to the people there. Harriet, your people then got something to hide here. They hiding to hear from you all. They hiding to from you. And what? Eden, is that Eden Perry? Some kind of French name right here. All right, let's go back to why they hiding to that. We were going to go to the security exchange and go find in there. I think they hiding to, but anyway, Harriet laughing. Harriet the people, hiding for you. Okay, my colleague said I'm going to check for Ames company. All right, let's go to Ames. Let's go to Ames. Harriet, yeah, your people there, yo. They hiding there, yo. You see your vice president, yeah, your CEO right, yo. They got your comment. Let me see how you making it. They got a Liberian lawmaker. He had all his salary. They ain't showing nothing. He had all his salary there. He said, Harriet, I don't care. You can go anywhere. You're not going to get my salary. All right, Mr. Larry, you cool. I will not for you, my brother. I will not hurry. I got to for you, not me. All right, so let's do the last one here so we can get back to our program. Harriet laughing. You laughing, Harriet? You put the hand in the salary. The minute I get a real long because they help. All right. Let me say, Father say they are giving a 10% of profit sharing and coming up with a raise. Okay, good for you, man. Good for you. Delta Airline, that's good. Now you see the reason why they're up there because their profit been growing, right? All right, what's the last one I just saw here? What's the last one here? Oh, Bridgestone. All right, Bridgestone. Let's do Bridgestone. The men who been taking all our robot from that, bro. They used to be called, how they call it, Firestone. They have been bought by the Japanese company. They call Bridgestone now. Bridgestone. All right? Let's look for Bridgestone. Bridgestone. Call for Bridgestone. I come here, I look for M's. Let me go to Bridgestone. They got them. They've been taking our robot since 1929. Yeah, Bridgestone. Yeah, they're there. Bridgestone Corporation. They've been taking our robot for a long time. Bridgestone. You've been taking our robot that way. Yeah, that Bridgestone Corporation. Bridgestone Corporation. Let's come to the BB people that here. What else people that are right? Like Chinese people who not play there. All right. They call that man because they are being owned by the Japanese people and so the big men that they call it sushi, so and so. They're making $1 million. All right. All right, you're not making any money. The rubber feeling like brother, so he making too much money. The rubber feeling like brother. Because we are saying nobody can rubber all our country right now. So they're not making too much money, all right? All right, but let's see their cash flow here. Let's look at their finances here and see how their profit been growing over the year. 2020. Oh, okay, I think they have not accepted everything here. So that go their profit right here. 1, 2, 3. Why their profit been going all small? So it will be hard for them to improve. I mean, it will be hard for them to get any bonus. Yeah, Peter, it will be hard for them to get any bonus. Let me tell you right now, it will be hard. It will be hard, Peter. And you know, it will be hard for you, Peter. Let's see the last one here. My man Spear, he gave me too much company, now you gotta wait now, Spear. Spear, he gave me too much company, you gotta wait. All right, let me go to AME's company. Let's go to Ames company. AMES. Let's go to Ames company. All right, Ames company. Let's go to Ames company here. Ames company, what you up to here? Let's see here. Ames company. Ames company, I think you got some type of, yeah, you can't be the one, AMES. It can't be you here. Yeah, you got Ames company. I don't know how big your company is here. Some of the company did, let me see here. Ames company. I don't see it here that much. Yeah, I don't see your company here. All right, Spear, say my man, I'll do it for the last time for you, Spear. Let me do Spear here first. They cut it off. All right, let me see here. Let me see. Spear, what the company name again? MCG. All right, let's go to MCG. MCG. Let's go to MCG. I call it what? MCG Energy. Uh-oh. I got my cap lock on. Please forgive me. I miss this PR been working for BP company in the time, yo. PR been working for BP company in the time, yo. Yeah, but not all those PR been working for BP company in the time, yo. Yes, PR been working for BP company in the time, yeah. All right, we just leave it at that. All right, so guys, that's just a teaser.
It's been very bad because it actually eroded almost all of the gains we made for the first 6 years. The economy had a setback, coupled with the fact that the main commodities that usually gave lead to our economy, the iron ore and the rubber sector, are also.
So Ebola affected iron ore and rubber. I didn't know that. I thought it was global market forces. I thought it was a slowdown in the global economy and the demand for raw materials. I didn't know that.
Ebola damaged a shipload. It made a ship to sink with the iron ore.
Because of the global effect on that.
So Liberia's had like a double whammy, triple whammy.
Good, great. I mean, coupled with the fact that most of our investors left the country in the other sectors. But we thank God that they are coming back now. We're trying to pick up the pieces.
Obviously, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is still in office, will be for another couple of years. But when it comes to, at this stage, assessing her 2 terms in office, do you feel one has to make a distinction between the years before Ebola and then the Ebola years? As you say, there's also been the global slump. I mean, in terms of assessing these 2 terms, how would you sum them up?
I think she's done a great job because we're not just looking at Ebola. We took the economy from $80 million to $6 million.
What the hell does that mean? If we took it from $80 million to take
what has changed?
It has not benefited the lives of the people of the country. Then you want to make noise about that. You see how the man's mind works?
Because you predicted him. You said he will be priding himself on the achievement of the government.
That's it back. We did a lot of reforms that were necessary to
reforms that $2 million on so-called accountability and transparency institutions, the LSECs and the GACs and the IAAs and all those institutions. And what do they bring? They bring nothing. It's a waste of money. It's a charade. Joe Boakai, let us hear already.
Encourage investors to move the country forward.
Hand on heart, though, are there things, these last nearly 10 years, are there things that you feel could have been done better?
Sure.
And if so, what are they?
Sure. I mean, for example, we believe that we could have been able to.
If you're out there and you can't hear me, please just type Y for yes or YES so that I may know. Let me try here to see whether you guys can hear me, all right? I'm going to have to find myself here and see. All right, let's see here. You guys can hear me. Yeah, I think you guys, I can hear myself here now. So I think I should be good to go. I think I should be good to go now. All right, I should be good to go here. Let me try to get some folks. If you don't mind sharing the video for me, I will appreciate that. But I would like to share it with few groups so that folks can join me here. It's not going to be long. As you can see the title out there, Constructive Suggestion and Advisory Warning to President-elect George Weah. I have some information through my suggestion to share with him, and I would like you guys to be part of this suggestion because it's going to be kept into the technology history so that whatever I'm going to say, whether it come to fruition or it done, you guys will know that I once said it, and you will be on record to prove whether I was right or wrong. So let me do something quickly here to the last group here, and then be able to start the whole thing, the ball rolling here. Okay, so I think I'm good to go. So again, I would like to thank everyone who have joined so far. My coming here is something special today. Usually it would be Tunis and myself on the CDC Our USA show, but today I decided to come solo because I have a personal message for President-elect Senator George Weah, not as a citizen, but this time around as a professional. You know, let me thank all citizens and all meaningful Liberians for supporting our peace process in our country. It showed to the world that we are making progress in the direction of becoming one of the successful democratic republics on the continent and in the world. And, you know, when I saw what Mr. Boakai did yesterday, I was very amazed. Tears came down my eyes because that was almost like in the United States where the loser will send a concede message to the winner. Having said that, guys, I want to also thank all the citizens for standing very strong behind Ambassador Weah, now President-elect Weah, for the past 12 years. I mean, you guys are proving to be very strong in everything that you plan to do. And looking at Senator President-elect Senator George Weah to lead us in the direction we want to be. But here's what I have to say. I know you guys want to join me, but please just give me 10 to 15 minutes. I would like to say a few things so that we can have this conversation, please, because it's very important. I want you to get this point so that we can have this conversation. It's very, very important. So please just give me 10 to 15 minutes. Now, here is what I want to say to President-elect George Weah. Our people of Liberia overwhelmingly elected you as president. Now you are president-elect. Based on that, they have invested their interest in you, and they look forward to you leading them to some sort of good life. Is it going to be quick? Absolutely not. Here what it's going to take. It's going to take your platform with your vision and your goals to achieve whatever you want for the people of Liberia. That said, President-elect, you are not president for Madam Salif. You are not president for the coalition. You are not president for me, Randy. You are not president for Dave Kaye on here. You are not president for my brother Armstrong. You are not president for Sai Bangura. You are president of the Republic of Liberia, in which everyone that are named so far are part of that country. You now represent everyone within our country. What I think you need to start to look at first is the issue of reconciling the country. That should be the first step, and that should be done simultaneously. Second issue here is when it comes to how you place people in government. This is where my 4 suggestions are going to start. Suggestion number 1. I have 4 suggestions. So guys, I want you guys to listen to that. I have 4 suggestions. Suggestion number 1. I saw a lot of folks who came from other political parties to join you in our effort. I appreciate that. That's what I call partnership. The partnership with you in order to have you elected. Kudos to them. But the people of Liberia, in and outside the country, know the work ethics, know the scorecards of Mr. Eric Stader, Mr. Weston Finley, Mr. Glenwood McIntosh, Mr. Winston Toppet, Mr. Professor Suni. The people of Liberia know their scorecards. So suggestion number 1, I would suggest to you that those gentlemen I just named, they should be on your advisory board. They should serve as an advisor to you. The reason they should be in that role is because the people of Liberia have seen what they have done. They have what I would describe as their scorecard. They know their capabilities. So suggestion number one is to put those guys on your advisory board. Suggestion number two, when it comes to your cabinet and your directors, I want you to have that open vision, because right now there are a lot of people who have surrounded themselves around you, preventing other people from getting closer to you. That is not healthy. What is healthy is for you to have that portal between Liberian in the diaspora and local Liberian, because that will give you the opportunity to flex your understanding of how things should be done. Because why? Almost everyone in Liberia, you Ambassador, we know what their work ethics are, what are their performances. You know it all. Nevertheless, you can still bring them on board. That said, when it comes to your recruitment process, I want you and your team, your transitional team, to be able to bring in and vet the best. Suggestion A, on suggestion 2, whoever you're going to select as your minister for any ministry, let that person doing your interaction with them or your team be able to come up with a 3 years vision plan for that ministry. 3 year vision plan for that ministry. The reason for doing that is to effect changes. That also goes to your directors. Whoever you're going to appoint as your director should also be able to come up with a 3 year plan to effect that agency performance. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I'm an analyst. President Johnson's study became a massive failure, which caused Boakai to lose this election, because he had no record that Ellen Johnson's study was able to establish for the past 12 years, and it failed. And the reason for that is people handpicked people, whether it was in Liberia, whether it was abroad, and took them to President Johnson's relief. And all she did was to take them and put them in position without even asking them for their credentials. Now, still speaking about that credential, Mr. Eugene Fagon, if you don't know Randy, you're going to know me. I admire everything you did to Mr. Boakai. I'm a citizen, you're a citizen. Having mentioned what I think Ambassador Weah should do for whoever he's going to put in the cabinet position or in the director position, whoever will be chosen for every ministry, Mr. Fagon, you and I have to make sure that we present that person education, we present that person work experience, to show to the Liberian people that that person is indeed was vetted, and we have seen what that person is made of. If you cannot do it, I will do it. Because you know why? The failure in the past has been government officials from the president have failed to vet people. They only took people who they had close association with, and they put them in position. That is why you saw President Sharif just keep reshuffling, because she didn't have that vision to determine what she really wanted to get out of her platform. Ambassador Weah has used his platform to tell the people of Liberia that he will bring up a change. So as member of the CDC team, before we take the cow to the waterside, I want to make sure that it's a healthy cow. What do I mean by that? Before President-elect George Weah take office, I want to make sure that I be on record to tell him what I'm telling you now, because I predicted that Mr. Trump was going to win this election because Hillary Clinton baggage she had. He did win the election. I predicted in March that Ambassador Weah was going to win this election because Ellen Johnson said he had failed to execute what she should have done. Now I'm saying to Mr. Weah, what I just said, you must be able to listen to me and be able to at least process what I'm telling you so that you can become successful. Now, that said, when it comes to check and balance in the system, you represent the people. You do not represent the national legislature. You do not represent President Sharif. You do not represent the Supreme Court. You represent the people of Liberia. That said, I want you in your term of office to have your press call at least 3 days in a week, to have them invite the press team to sit and listen to your press secretary, giving them an update on what you are doing to meet the needs of our people. The reason for doing that is to create check and balance in the system. I'm not saying you should do it the way Trump is doing it here. I'm saying as president, you came with a vision. That vision was in your platform. We discussed that platform here for you. Now we want to see the effect that it's going to have. It is one thing to have the plan. It is another thing to brief the strategy and ideas into that plan. And that is what I'm trying to present to you here. So I would like to see, on a weekly basis, you have an update. And that update is your obligation to the people of Liberia. Again, you are not president for president. You are not president for Ellie Johnson Sirleaf. You are not president for Gregory McIntosh. You are not president for Professor Tappe. You are not president for Westonga Finlay. You are not president for Mr. Suning. Also, I want you to also maintain institutional knowledge people. That is from the assistant director down to the janitor in every ministry, in every agency. That's what we call institutional knowledge. These people understand how the agency works. They understand how the ministry works. Those are the institutional knowledge of people. Those are the people you have to maintain. Now, when it comes to performance, I will also want you to have a council that will monitor all the performances of the ministers, your directors. The reason for doing that is to determine whether your goal is being achieved. Because when it comes the following year for you to give your State of the Nation address, each ministry should be able to outline to you what they have achieved from that goal they gave you, what are the challenges, and how are they going to solve this problem. During your inaugural speech also, Mr. President-elect, I don't want you to say, I promise to do this. No. So many leaders have promised and they have not been able to deliver. I want you to talk about solutions as to how you're going to find ways to improve the living standard of our people. Be able to say that in your speech. Do not say, I'm going to promise you, because history has shown that a lot of promises haven't been realized because people promise, but they don't plan before they promise. So please, I'm saying this because I was on my show with Tunis. We defended you, and this is the time now that I got to provide these constructive suggestions and warning to you. Failure to follow this instruction, Mr. President, you're going to go right back into the sea swan, and the people are going to start criticizing you. And those who think that I'm looking for a job, you're going to see me because I will be here to providing constructive criticism about Ambassador Weah government. I am not saying this thing for you guys to hit me. I want for Ambassador Weah to succeed because I'm an individual who have been in so many places that I have been able to contribute to the success of wherever I work. That is why I'm saying this thing here. Now, when your ministers are confirmed and are given the opportunity to serve you within the first 60 days, they should be able to come up with that 3-year vision plan they gave you. They should be able to come up with a smart goal strategy that will tell you how they want to achieve those things. Take, for example, if you take somebody for the Ministry of Agriculture. Right now, we are importing pepper, all kind of crap that we can use on our soil. Liberia is not on the ocean where we don't have land. We have a vast land. So let the Minister of Agriculture, in his plan, be able to tell you how can he or she increase rice production, how can he or she increase like soybeans, corn, how can we turn those things into process in order to create production in our country. Because any country that continues to export raw material, it is not going to increase economic growth. So let them be able to do these things. Secondly, I was very disappointed in Madam Sirleaf when she took the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs and put that underneath the Ministry of Finance. That was wrong. Here's why. The Ministry of Planning is to project the economic strength of our country. in terms of our resources. It is also responsible to determine the exponential growth of our population. That ministry should be a stand-alone ministry. They are also responsible to carry on planning in the rural areas that involve all the other ministry performers. That was wrong on Manasseh's part to do such a thing. So another suggestion to you is to be able to take that ministry out of finance and make it a stand-alone ministry. All right? That will be suggestion number 3. All right? On the check and balance system. Now, the final part here, the final suggestion to you, Mr. President-elect, is to be able to stay away from Madam Salif. You can listen to what she has to tell you, but you don't necessarily have to follow them. You must have open-minded people. You should bring in bright ideas, bright minds. There are many Liberians out here in America, in Europe, in Thailand, in Australia. Try to seek for these people. Look for them. Because the more fresh idea you bring into your government, they are not part of the traditional society of folks that include Mr. Tyler, Mr. Weston Finley, Mr. Winston Tapper, Mr. Greatway McIntosh. When you bring those folks out to join you, they are not going to work in your government. Some may want to work, some may want to consult. But the reason you bring in that idea together is to make sure that you get a refined decision that will help you. Because people that come from the outside come in with a lot of vision that they can give to you. That is why I'm appealing to you that the folks that just name and continue to name should be on the advisory board and not in your cabinet or on your directory staff within the area that you have total control, because it's not going to help. So again, Mr. Fagon, I want you to join me. Let us be able to show to the people of Liberia, to the critics of Ambassador Weah, that whoever he's going to select to serve in these different positions, we need to make sure that that individual resume, because once you are in government, your record is public. There are certain records we cannot present, but things like your educational credential, your resume, your work experience, your ethics, these are things that I would suggest that we present to the people of Liberia. And the reason we're doing that is to assure them that Ambassador Weah is indeed making a very considerable choices of our people, so that when they start to perform and they don't perform well, whether it's Moba Molu, whether it's Miguel, if they don't meet the performance level of your government, tell them, my brother, we can find somewhere else for you to perform. Because what you will be telling them is, I represent the people of Liberia. They expect more from me, but I have to strategize ways in how I can achieve the more they want from me by making sure that I put plan into action, and action deliver results, and result will be evaluated, and then we can continue to look for another performance to increase other area. So having said that, guys, I want to stop here because it's not something long. I just want to make sure that this message be shared with Ambassador Weah, because right now I have been here trying to support him. I cannot get to him. Thank God for technology. Now this medium that we have to our advantage, someone in his circle will say, you know what, you might want to listen to this. Because you know what, at the end of every year into the new year, the State of the Nation address, based on your minister performance, they will give you a report that they will be able to, those reports will enable you to tell the national legislature and the world and the people of Liberia, how well are you doing in your government? And it will build for you the track record that you will not have to campaign for the second term. Because when you lay that foundation, you will not have to campaign. You should learn. You saw how Mr. Boakai struggled because bad pace. Sorry for that interruption. I was getting the call. She set a very bad pace for him, which is why he was unable to succeed. So this conversation will continue. I will be on the platform by myself. If I see things happening in the Weah administration that does not affect changes, I will come back here and let you guys know about it. So till then, I don't know if anyone has anything to say, but that's all I have for now. I wish President President-elect Weah, I wish him success. And I also want to make sure that you out there and myself, we should rally around by coming up with this suggestion so that his government can take heed to somebody's suggestion, because if he doesn't take any of these advices from us and things happen, then we will be on record. I will be on record, you will be on record. So you should have that openness and allow good conversation to be here, because we have to, rest assured that my brother God is saying that good decision will be made. I want to see people who will be in your government that will be here accountable for what they do. I don't want to see the old school people, because we already know who they are, folks. And one thing I also want to encourage Mr. Weir to do, I want to make sure that he get into the business of also bringing folks who will consult with the government. And, bring folks who will consult. Liberians can consult with the government. That alone will cut down costs, expenditure, like gas slips, like vehicles. And one thing too, when you have your plan, Ambassador, I forgot to inject this into the conversation. If you have any plan for our people, like you want to increase tuition, and the House of Representatives, that include the Senate and the representatives, and the both Senate and the representative, if the guys in the House are refusing, you might want to come on the social media, call a press conference, tell the people you represent that the folks in the House there, this is what I'm trying to do. They are not giving me the chance to do it. They are your elected district representative. Call them up. Try to expose them. If they refuse to do anything, expose them to the public and to the world. Trust me, little by little, as we go through the election period, they will all be kicked out, and those who want to make sure that they meet the needs of the people will be put into office. Do not give them simple hand, because at the end of the day, when you take side with them and you fail, trust me, Mr. Weir, you don't want to walk down on Broad Street for people to look down and say, look at him. And many people have said that, oh, your education is not this, is not that, which I don't believe. But in order to test those who have education, like I said, when you select your minister, let them give you their 3 years vision plan within 60 days upon you accepting them to take that office. They should come up with a smart goal plan. It's one thing to be book educated, and it is another thing to be well experienced with years of experience educated. That is the mistake Eddie Johnson said he made. So again, thank you guys so much. Anybody who want to participate, you are welcome to do so. If not, I need to take a hike. I got stuff to do. It's snowing out here. So if you want to join the conversation, please let me add you on. I think Mata want to come in. Let me hit in here. What they say here, they will receive an invite. Okay, I got an invite. Mata, I think. Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
my man, we finally made it.
Yes, we did. We did. That phase is over now.
That phase is over. Now we're talking about governance, and some of the key points you're stressing when it comes to governance, because some of the problems we're having in Liberia over the years, and we've been overlooking, is when it's about vetting people to occupy key policy position in government.
Yes.
And going to school and understanding the workings of government are two different things.
Tonight is the night. We're gonna,
by exposing the behaviors in that. And on top of that too, I'm also very much in tune to politics. I have a very great general knowledge in politics, and not to mention Liberian politics. I'm very good at analyzing our politicians, because over the course of the year, I understood what their positions are, when they strike and when not to strike, when they align and when not to align. So this conversation here is going to be basically about the decision of the Supreme Court tonight. So Tune, thanks for having me. I want people to look at me as someone who look at things from an analytical point of view, from the root cause to the deviations, and why things are happening, and why we continue to go in circle, and what solution can I provide in terms of that. Thank you, Tunis.
thank you for that introduction. That's a very fine introduction. So you know the value of the man who is right before you here today to talk about Liberian politics. What was the delay about from the Supreme Court anyway?
Well, I think the Supreme Court took the bait from Mr. Bronsky for the fact that we have institutions in our country, and if we are to grow our if we are to grow our institution, we must build confidence and trust in our institution. So when Mr. Bronsky filed the report with the Supreme Court, I think they had to juggle between whether they should accept or whether they should not. So they got caught up between rock and hard places. So in the final analysis, they decided to come up with a decision that everyone has been talking about, which is about due process, following the process that is applicable to our society. So as you can see today, they came up with that decision, which is giving a U-turn back to the NEC, which is the governing body that oversee the election in our country.
But one thing I would like for you to let us know from last week when the case was presented to the Supreme Court, and they told us that they were going to get back to us on Thursday, and which Thursday was a national holiday. Why would they come up with a decision like that? And they were knowing that it's going to be a holiday. Why was that?
Well, apparently they got caught up in the process, not knowing that was an oncoming holiday. And for the most part, too, like you observe on the news, they have the ECOWAS delegation in the country. They too are also trying to weather the storm in the country in regards to what the decision of the Supreme Court would turn out to be. So all these factors build all the chemistry that the publicists, that came up with the fact that they were going to deliver on Thursday, probably did not, give thought to the fact that Thursday was going to be a holiday. So, that's a lesson learned, and that's why we're supposed to have publicists who will look at the calendar to determine on what is ahead and when and why can we make or not make the kind of statement. So those are some of the reasons that they flip like that. But I think they learned their lesson too, Tunis.
But do you think Bronsky really went through the due process to take the court case directly from NEC without NEC giving him any response and just taking it straight to the Supreme Court? Was he taking the right process?
No,
is that?
You see, Bronsky is a calculated politician. He's a calculated politician that only in there for himself. Because, like I told folks tonight, I like to look at the deviation, the root cause analysis as to what thing happened and why. Let's look at 2005. 2005 had an election, Tunis, and for every election, you have to generate a report that is described as the post-election report. And that post-election report will look at the near misses, the opportunity to improve, the recommendation. That is to prepare for the next future election. Mr. Bronsky was part of that. Ambassador Weah was part of that. President Johnson said he was part of that. Ambassador Weah was the only person who came out to say, you know what, we have some irregularities. How can we face the irregularities? Well, he got toned down. People disregard what he was saying. We jumped into 2011. Same thing happened. This time it was Ambassador Weah, and it was also Honorable Tubman. They came again with the same issue of voter irregularities in the election. Again, the same people turned around again and forgot about listening to Ambassador Weah. They decided to move on. Now today, Honorable Bronsky knows very well that the party that he was aligning himself with, President Andy Johnson Sirleaf, is not supporting the Unity Party anymore. So that makes him vulnerable. Now, remember, from 2005 to 2011, Mr. Bronsky was quiet. He didn't say anything. But now he looked into the crystal ball now and feel that there's no hope for him. So what he decided to do now? He decided now to take his own interests, the interest that would benefit him. So he went against the out. We have voter irregularities. It's obvious that it's supposed to happen. Voter irregularities is supposed to happen. It's obvious. But what it is not obvious is the process involved. NEC has the legal authority in our country by law and by rule and by article within NEC regulation that once the election result is announced, after 7 days, you can file your appeal and followed by a 30-day investigation by NEC and her staff. Now, Mr. Bronsky knew that his allegation was insufficient to substantiate his claim with NEC. But because he felt he knows the law, he decided to what? To now wait for the closure from NEC to give him that right to go to the Supreme Court. What did he do, Tunis? He took a case to the Supreme Court. While the case was still being investigated, Musa Belidi was representing Unity Party, presenting the cases of what they had discovered. But Bronsky felt that because there was a projected date that was given by NEC, he used his constitutional right to go to the Supreme Court. But here's the thing that he failed to make the Liberian people to understand. As long as that 30 days is not concluded, there's no closure to his case, it was going to be impossible to have that election. Because the Supreme Court wouldn't even allow that when you have an ongoing case with a candidate who, for the fact, has a lot of people aligning with his philosophy. So he decided to disrespect the due process that he talked about. He did respect that process, which I want the Liberian people to understand that when you run an institution, no matter who you are, we need to make sure that we respect the rules regarding any institution in the country. That's how we learn to be good citizens and make our country better. Instead, he jumped to the Supreme Court. Remember, we had 30 days. So between all the time you were running to the Supreme Court and NEC having the ability to analyze, guess what happened? The case today came out to say, you know what? Since you asked for this stay order, there's nothing we can do. We're granting the stay order. Go back to the go back to NEC to have the issue resolved. But what? Hello, Tunis, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay, all right. This is what the Supreme Court should have done. Why it is true that Mr. Bronsky has a right. The very day he filed his report with the Supreme Court regarding the stay order, the Supreme Court, knowing very well that NEC had 30 days, they should have denied his appeal and say, you know what? We're going to instruct NEC to make sure that your case is processed and they present a conclusion to you before you come back to us. They didn't do it. They took a bit, and because of that, the Supreme Court managed to take some days away from the 30 days that NEC supposed to have taken to investigate the case, which is why today the court said the case has been sent, the issue has been ordered, go back to NEC so that NEC can speedily investigate the case. The reason they use the word speedily is because the Supreme Court has taken days out of that too. So now it's up to NEC. But I tell you what, NEC already has a result because NEC, through the different press conferences, NEC through their communication online, have proven that Mr. Bronsky does not have a case. So it's going to be a very fast-track decision that will be given back to Mr. Bronsky that he doesn't have a case. And guess what Mr. Bronsky is going to do? Mr. Bronsky now is going to go back to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court now is going to decide his fate. As you know, the Supreme Court is the arbiter of law in our country and the final decision maker. Now, there is the caveat to that. Remember, Edwin Snow is part of the Unity Party that has aligned itself with Mr. Bronsky. When they work on that committee of justices, I'm having a little doubt because there's a conflict of interest right there. So I want the Liberian people to look at this, that if the decision favor Mr. Bronsky and Mr. Snowwell is on that committee, I can say for a fact that she may play some role. So to take herself out of any kind of shenanigan, I would suggest that she recuse herself from that process. And here is why. Because Mr. Snow had gone to the same Supreme Court with cases, and he had won those cases. But those cases have been very minute cases. But this case is a very large case that we don't want to take for granted. Because you know what? We have two significant parties that are the outstanding party in the country, and we want that election to be held and not to be put in some kind of debacle that would derail our election. So I'm also calling that his wife recuse herself should, in case Mr. Bronsky go back for the final hearing of his case. But the the NEC going to have a very fast track of Mr. Bronsky's case, which they're going to deny, and they're going to recommend a forward step into the runoff election.
But how come Unity Party got involved into this case, and they have already agreed to go for the runoff with CDC? How come they became an adversary to this particular case?
I tell you what, there are two things. Number one, Unity Party does not have the calculus. They does not have the chemistry to win this election. So they resorted to Bronsky derail process. Because think about it, Ellen Johnson said he had been the brain behind the Unity Party. She had been the mobilizer, she had been the motivator, she had been the financier, she had been the brain. But because she decided to take a back seat, knowing for the well that Mr. Boakai does not have the juice to become the next president, she decided to take the back seat. Secondly, most of her folks that are bitter with her, the legs of Councilor Bronsky, including Boakai himself, Eddie Snow, these are all the different people that differ with Ellen Johnson's study philosophy. So they all align themselves now with the Unity Party. But they have nothing to prove. Remember, Tunis, before we got into this stuff, they were preaching what? The message of war, 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 war. Because they don't have message. How will a party that in power for 12 years don't have a message for the Liberian people? That tells you that they didn't do a good job. So what they resorted to? They resorted to what? Creating chaos among our people, that there will be war. Ambassador Weah win. And we know that Ambassador Weah, who he is, has been the UN ambassador, has been the peace reconciler through the Ellen Johnson study administration, and he has done extremely well in that role. Number two, he also had served as presidential candidate within his party, and he also has served as VP in your party, and they had irregularities, but because of the sake of our people, they allow these things to go ahead. But Unity Party feel that they don't have the numbers, they don't have the capability to make the second round, so they're not aligned with Mr. Walker Bronsky. Mr. Walker Bronsky has become the spoiler of this election. He has nothing to lose because he has been a third place person for the past 3 elections. So he coming in as the spoiler. Guess what is happening here? Unity Party that don't have the means to go to the second round to win this election has decided to join the fray, to derail the process, to create frustration within the mind of our people, which is why I'm on here to say, you know why? Look at Unity Party record. Look at Mr. Bronsky's record. Since when did Mr. Bronsky took interest into voter irregularities? Why didn't he speak about this in 2005? Why didn't he speak about it in 2011? Why didn't he speak about it before the election on 2017?
This is a man who didn't even take 10% of the voting record in Liberia. He didn't even come up to 10%. Why is he taking these steps? And for the matter of fact that he's not going anywhere with this case anyway, even if they have to rerun this over and over more than 5 times, he's always going to be the 3rd place or the 4th place. Where is he taking this to?
Well, it's a political manipulation of game. You know what they're trying to do here? Bronsky, as I told you, is a calculator politician. What he's doing now is a mind game. He wants to drag and derail this process so that the voters in the country can get frustrated. And in his mind, he feels that that is going to build Unity Party to gain more status in terms of numbers. So dragging the process, going to frustrate people, people are going to give up, people are going to get tired, and they're going to go away. But guess what? The multi-Congress for of a democratic change, all right? The CDC party will continue to remain resolute. They continue to remain focused. They continue to keep their guard, which is why when you hear today's decision, look, Tunis, I want to give thanks to members of the CDC party for being so organized. If you look at some of the images that were on Facebook today, they had the police were in full gear. They have the surveillance population that criticize the CDC all the time. They were all watching to see what the CDC was going to do today. Not knowing that CDC is not the problem in our country. When the result was announced, the police came in high gear. Did you see any commotion in the street? Absolutely not. Did you see anybody causing chaos? Absolutely not. Because the CDC is focused on one thing, and that thing is we are waiting for the runoff so we can take Ambassador Weah to the executive mansion. That shows that the party is focused. So what Mr. Bronsky and Unity Party are doing is just wasting
So
people's
I
time
would like
and don't want to move forward.
I would like for you to go into the mind of the Election Commission. What do you think they are coming? What will be their response to Mr. Brunskin? And do you think that response going to get Mr. Brunskin back to the Supreme Court, or he just going to waive it? Because I overheard that he doesn't even trust the Election Commission. And where are we going with this if he doesn't trust the Election Commission? And this is the Election Commission that went through this process, the first run, and there was a date for the second run. Until now, we came to this dilemma. How can we? How can you go into the mind of the Election Commission?
Well, the Election Commission might have already been made up. They see Mr. Brunskin allegation as an isolated issue and as a mere scam to derail the process. Here's why. The Election Commission had come out with the ballots that Mr. Brunskin was claiming that was actual real ballot that became a fraud. Those were brochures. Those were brochures. When you vote in other countries, they gave you the final brochure to look at in order to determine who you're actually going to vote for. Those are the ballots that Mr. Brunskin brought forward as evidence. And besides that, the magistrate of every county and district within our country, the next administration have contacted these people, and they are proving that there is not any sort of voter irregularity or fraud that took place during our election. So the decision, their decision now to Mr. Brunskin would be, there isn't enough evidence to prove that there were any sort of irregularities. Will that time elapse? Absolutely, Tunis. There will be time elapse, because you know what? Since 1847, when it rains, the southeastern part of the country is divided from the northern part. All right, and then from the northern part is always divided from the east and the west because of bad road condition. Those things will equate to having lapses in the time. But does that equate to massive fraud or lapses in our election process? Absolutely not. So Mr. Brunskin's claim is not going to be sufficient to have any decision from NEC in his favor. But guess what he's going to do? When he gets that, he's not going to relax now, because NEC already made up his mind. He is now going to run to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, of all courts that we know in the country, we have a deadline of January 18th. So January 18th is supposed to be the inaugural day. I can say for a fact that the Supreme Court is going to tell Mr. Brunskin, based on the NEC decision, as an institution that we trust to run our election in this country, we deem it unnecessary to move forward with this case, and NEC has to look into itself to determine what can be done to correct the process, which is why I'm always calling for post-election report, because the post-election report will give the next election commissioner the opportunity for improvement, to improve the system. We have an ecosystem in our country, whether it's governmental ecosystem, whether it's the family ecosystem, whether it's a private ecosystem, there will always be margin errors. But those marginal errors can be corrected to prevent further mistakes in the future, which is why I have been calling for post-election report to determine what has gone wrong. And Mr. Brunskin has not been an advocate for these things, but only because he feels that he has aligned himself with the Unity Party that want to create chaos, because they feel in their mind that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is supporting Mr. Weah and the Joel Howard ticket. So they all have supported, they all are supporting him now to go after the Supreme Court in the legal way to derail the peace process, which is unfair to the people of Liberia.
But this is the man that say he doesn't have trust in the Election Commission. Now, where are we going with this?
They say when the New Year will be good or the Christmas will be good, you can tell from the Eve. He hasn't even gone there yet, but he has already started to cause trouble. Mr. Brunskin is a spoiler. He's a spoiler of peace. He's a spoiler of our political process. He had no good intention for that country, because he hasn't even gone there to test what the Supreme Court is made of. Remember, Mr. Brunskin had a beef. Remember when Harrison Conway was denied by the Election Commission of violating the code of conduct? What did Mr. Brunskin? Yeah, he ran to the Supreme Court and got it well. which is why when Ned was investigating his case, he felt that he was not going to get his chance. So he jumped the gun again and went to the Supreme Court. But this time around, he got a punch in the face and said, you know what? We hold that stay order, go back to Ned and go reconcile with them for you guys to have that hearing. And if that hearing turns your way, fine. If it doesn't turn your way, we are here. But again, Tunis, Mr. Bronsky is a spoiler. He's a political manipulator. He's not in the interest of the Liberian people. He and Honorable Boakai, I feel sorry for Mr. Boakai. This is a man who people claim that he has 42 years record. All right? Do you think for a second that the position that Mr. Boakai in, preparing himself for second round, do you think if Bronsky were in that position, know who he is? This is a man who was corporate lawyer for a company in his own county, and he put his county under the bus and supported a corporate organization that was disturbing and inhumanly treating his people. Do you think if he had the opportunity that Mr. Boakai is in today, Tunis, do you think he was going to take side with what Mr. Boakai was going to do, which he's doing now today? No. Second opinion, fact here. If Mr. Weir had decided to do what Mr. Bronsky is doing today in 2011, what was going to be the response of the Liberian people, Tunis? You tell me. What was going to be the response of the Liberian people?
Before we move further, this is a program that I only bring one expert in our Liberian politics at time, and this is the guest I got here today. We are here to discuss the issue, the response. We are reacting to the response from the Supreme Court today. This morning, the Supreme Court brought up our decisions that the case must go back. The case that Bronsky took to them must go back to Election Commission. So I brought up my brother here, who is MA master degree holder in politics, in environmental something that he knows of, and he introduced himself that way. He also got a little bit of knowledge of politics, so he go into the mind of our politician, and that's the reason why he's here for tonight. And we will not be taking call from nobody else. If you want to hang out with us to know more about Liberian politics, this is what we are here for. And we're not here for 45 minutes. We already spent almost 20-25 minutes. So let me come back to you, Randy. His name is Randy.
Sure.
I'm Tunis. This is all about Liberia. If you're a Liberian, you can stick around. If you're not, you're interested in Liberian politics, you can stick around. Let me come back to you again. What about Uri involvement into this court case? What is involvement in this?
Well, these are all losers. All of them are losers. And I'm sorry to be so broad with the word loser. They are all losers because you know what? Uri is on record for telling anyone in Liberia who is eligible to vote to never vote or align themselves with anyone who is part of the Unity Party establishment. But guess what? His own faithful media talk show host, who has said all kinds of nasty things about Mr. Boakai, is today in the backyard of Mr. Boakai talking about how good he is. So what do you expect from Mr. Uri? These are all political parasites that are looking for anywhere or any used body to breathe into. But with the citizen are not like that. CDC remain resolute. CDC is a horse that will always welcome those who deflected, who went AWOL. But they are not going out there to tell you that if you go to join Unity Party, if you go to join ALP, if you go to join ANC, we will not support you. No, CDC always have that open arm to bring back their members. Because you know what? People can go and experience for themselves and they will come back. So what does that tell you about Mr. Uri? The question is, why did he in the first place even establish a political party when he doesn't have a principle for which he stands? He violates the own words that come out of his mouth. He violates those words. So to be true with you, Mr. Uri doesn't have any political ground to stand on. He doesn't have anything to rely on. If you don't have nothing to rely on, you fall for anything. Which is why now he's lying himself.
What about Cummins?
Cummins is a disturbed guy. All right? He's a complete disturbed individual. He had the opportunity to make or to break, but he continued to break himself down. He said we cannot keep doing the same thing over and over. but he doesn't understand the political culture of our country.
And getting the same result.
Yeah. So now, what has he done? The Liberian people have suffered for 12 years on the UP administration. Mr. Bronsky has done nothing to change anything to make it right. Today, he's showing his support behind these two people. So what does that tell us? He's no different from the diaspora Liberians that go to America, to go to Liberia just for themselves. This man, all he should have done when he lost the election was to sit on the fence and see what these people are made of. But instead, he joined with them. Now he's part of the supporter group. So ANC, ALP, Unity Party, Liberty Party, call them from today on the supporter. They are all supporter in our country. They don't want to see the country move forward. It's very disheartening to our people.
For those of you who are listening to our program here, this is mainly for a CDC, a sedition. This is a sedition program. You welcome anybody. You can be a Unity Party member. You can be a Cummins supporter. You can be Brunskin supporter. You're welcome to hang out with us. But mainly, this is all about CDC Party, this program here. And I brought this young man here. He's a true sedition, and he's also well knowledge of the Liberian politics. That's why he's here. So you can put any derogative marks you want to. We agree to that.
We welcome that. We welcome that. You know what? We welcome that. You can keep criticizing. As long as you're criticizing, you listen to the program, we welcome that. Because you know what? The truth must be told. These guys have been in the political vanguard for all these years. They have done nothing. Look at George Weah. They were calling the men who were going to disturb the peace. They didn't say that a few months ago that they're going to disturb the peace. Now what happening now, Tunis? They are the one now who are the spoiler, who trying to derail the peace process and don't want our country to move forward. They are the spoiler. They are the spoiler.
What can you tell our Liberian people in the diaspora that what is really going on for them to understand it from your point of view?
Well, our folks in the diaspora, this is what happening here. Every time we advocate that when will Liberia become a better country, this is the opportunity that we have never been able to experience. Even our fathers, our mother, and our grands and our granny have never been able to experience. And that is the transformation of power from one government to another. Many of us have seen it happening in other countries where we reside. This is an opportunity that we supposed to at least believe in, to say, you know what, let me see this piece of opportunity before I die. But Mr. Brunskin, with the DNA from the 1990 days, it had resonated in him. He don't want to see that process. He don't want us to tell our children that we one time saw a transformation of government from one leadership to another. So all we need to do from over here is to condemn his action and let us tell our people back home to trust the decision of NEC. If America can say, you know what, George Bush won the election, Al Gore, you lost the election, Donald Trump won the election, Hillary Clinton, you lost the election, let us trust our system. Because our system must improve in order for us to move forward. So that is my message to our people in the diaspora. We must learn to tell our people to trust the decision that come from the authorities and those that are in authority in our country. Flomoyan did it for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Let Mr. Kokoya do it for this round. He had declared 2 winners.
What are some of the changes that you think, if Ambassador Weah became president of Liberia, what are some of the changes you think will be put in place in Liberia?
Well, first of all, we have human capacity issue. We have the issue of corruption. We have the issue of divide and rule, which is why today you're seeing a lot of folks supporting other political parties, even though back in the days they said the political party of the unity government was bad. But it has resulted to 2 parties now, CDC and Unity Party. The divide and rule game, where everybody goes in there for themselves and not for the entire country. Ambassador Weah, when he becomes president, which he will in the not too distant future, right after we get into the runoff election, he's going to win the thing. Is to, number one, to look at the way to break that chain, to break that umbilical cord between people who are depending on some political individual rather than giving them that independent mind. He's going to build a human capacity. He's going to make sure that people marry what they deserve. He's going to make sure that he make our people to love our country more than the very country we live in. That is the mindset. And that dream cannot be realized by Ambassador Weah himself. That dream can be realized by every Liberian who is watching this program now and who want the best for their children. Tunis, every day when I sit here, I see my kids grow up. And when I hear war in the country, people talking about war, want to bring war to Liberia, wherein when they get sick, even their fingernails hurt, they're on the plane coming to America or going somewhere else. And you have bulk of people in the country that are not able to get the same opportunity. And then when you hear them talking about, oh, I believe in the justice system, but when something happens, they're ready to take out the plane to leave. Those individuals, like Mr. Bronsky, like Mr. Boakai, like Mr. Alexander Cummins, like Mr. Uri, those people don't have love for that country. This is a man who can tear place. And this is something that he has been consistently being on for 3 successive elections. To see today that, oh, because he didn't win the election, he wants to show that our country can become better. My word to the people of Liberia is he had the opportunity to make it better in 2005. He had the opportunity to make it in 2011. He had the opportunity to make it between 2012 to 2016. He did none of those things, but because he feels that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is on the side of Ambassador Weah, which is untrue, and he knows very well that he is going to be slack. This man is 66 years old. The next election, he's probably going to be over 70 years old. He will stand no chance. These are all the above reasons why he's fighting the losing battle that he's not going to win, because in weeks to come, the Supreme Court will overturn his decision and will join the population.
After the last election, this is the man that told us that he wasn't going to run again. That was his last chance. But again, when he came back, he said God told him to run. I mean, is this a prophet? With God told him to run, but God didn't tell him that he was not going to win? I mean, can you say something about this? Because really,
well, he's just a con artist. That's who he is. You know, con artists always come back with new tricks to be allowed back into the system. All right? He's a man of no purpose. He's a man of no vision. He doesn't want to build institutions. All he wants to do is to build his self-esteem, to seek things for himself and his immediate family. That's who he is. Because if he said that he was not going to be running, he was going back to a farm, what triggered him to come back? Now he's back. Now look what he presented to us. Complete chaos. That's why he's presenting to us. Chaos.
What do you think? What do you think Boakai leadership would do to us, we the Liberian?
Boakai is not going to have a leadership. Boakai leadership is
if anything happened, we don't know this. Let's presume that if he became president, what is
then I will close my eyes. I will close my eyes to discuss it, because it's not going to happen in my life. No. It's not going to happen. So let me close my eye and discuss that. I'm being very honest with you here. And this is where my analytical skill comes. This man has ran 12 years with the Unity Party. He has done nothing. 42 years, he has done nothing but to preach war, fear-mongering politics. It's not going to work. So in his leadership, look what he's doing now in his party. He doesn't have a message for the people of Liberia. He relies on Bronsky to disturb our people's mind, thinking that he's going to get elected. But the more he continues to carry on and support this behavior of Mr. Bronsky, he is sinking himself more deeper to the bottom of this earth, where he's going to lose big time. Because this is the time that he's supposed to come out when people are talking about war, to say, you know what? We are having war in this country, people. Whoever is preaching war politics, I'm not for it. I want to make sure that the administration that I'm serving now, we want to make sure that where we were not able to get caught up, when we get into the next phase, we will do our best. But Mr. Boakai is silent on everything. He's silent on some of his supporters talking about there will be war. He's silent on the fact that the Unity Party is dragging this thing and he's taking his side with them. He's not being a leader. He doesn't have the stigma. He doesn't have the stamina. This man is a total loser. He's a complete failure to himself, to his family, to the people of Liberia. Therefore, he is not going to be elected. So let's just forget about Boakai. Boakai is just in the race because he has been elected by the little influence that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf left with the Unity Party through partisan, which is why he's in this race. But to say that he's going to spy Ambassador Weir, that is going to be in my eye closed dream world, but not in my eyes open reality world, because he's not going nowhere, Tunis. What record does he have to run on now? All right, if you have a better record, you will be talking about your successes. You will be talking about what you have accomplished for this country. This is a man who said he was part like an old car. So we are looking for Jatro to Jacka or an old African junkie. That's all he fit to do. That's all we're looking for right now.
Let's look at Prince Johnson. I mean, before the election, Prince Johnson was bad-mouthing Weir because of some incident took place in Nimba.
Correct.
Between Brunskin Party and the Citizen Party. And he came out bad-mouthing that if Ambassador Weir become president of Liberia, there will be a war. And now we are seeing him on board with Weir. How this gameplay, all of a sudden, he switched to Weir, the man who was bitterly against George Weir and the CDC party, calling them all kinds of names, that they are hoodlum, they are grown-up boys, motorbike boys in the street. They know nothing. They are not educated. If it become president, there will be a war. There will be something. Now he's on board with George Weir. How that happened?
Well, that just politics. All right, that just politics. He was only making those fear mongering. Number one, he's a guy who lived through the war. He's a guy who came to power through making name for himself through the war. So he felt that it was going to resonate with him. Guess what? It didn't resonate. All right? He came where? In the fourth place, I guess. He came in the fourth place. So he had learned a lesson that, look, you can scare the people sometime, but you cannot scare the people all the time, which I really did not support. All right? But here is the thing that I won't take. You know, I gave him 5% of my trust. He's a guy who believes in principle. And if only Mr. Brunskin could live by his own principle that society will appreciate, it will make him a great person. Here's why. Senator Johnson said the reason, and the only reason he's aligning himself with Ambassador Weir is when they went to Ganta, they all, that was Brunskin, Cummins, Ure, Ambassador Weir, and the Johnson himself, they made that commitment that if one of the parties succeeded and come face to face with Unity Party, they will all support that party. So he said he was mongering politics. It failed, but he did not resort to say, you know what, I'm not going to support this guy. Because you know what, all the 19 political parties that were on that platform in the campaign, their goal was to unseat the Unity Party. If that is true to themselves and to the people that supported them, my question is, what if Mr. Ure had won to go to the second round? What if Ellis Cummins, Prince Johnson, Ure have gone to the second round with Unity Party? Were they going to align themselves with the Unity Party and say, take it, we're not going to go for second round? Or were they going to say, you know what, whoever wins, including Ambassador Weir, was he going to support whoever from the opposition party was going to take on Unity Party? I would tell you, say yes. Ambassador Weir are going to do exactly that, because you know what? He's a man who wants to see change in our country, no matter who was going to be the front runner to meet the Unity Party. He was going to support them. But you know what? It only shows that Mr. Cummins, Mr. Ure, Mr. Brunskin, all of these people don't have the country at heart. They claim by their mouth, but by their action, it shows that they don't have that country at heart. So everything that our people have suffered for the past 12 years, Ellis Cummins, Mr. Brunskin, Mr. Ure, they have been fooling us. Not knowing that they appreciate the suffering our people are going through, because they see that as an economic benefit for themselves, which is why they are aligning themselves now with Mr. Boakai of the Unity Party. That is the trick that they are bringing here. Because, Tuna, you tell me, if you've been complaining, like you say, don't vote for anyone who is part of the Unity Party. But here is he today, aligning himself with the Unity Party. Ellis Cummins said, we can't keep doing the same thing over and over. Here is he now, aligning himself with the Unity Party. You
see my point?
Do you really think that this election's going to go on the second round, or we're going to go for a rerun or something like recount? What you're thinking?
There's not going to be no rerun. There's not going to be no rerun. We're going for the runoff. Mr. Brunskin's case will be a lesson learned. It will be a lesson learned that the next election, whatever we are brought up in 2005 and 2011 that was overlooked, what Mr. Brunskin had brought in 2017, those are things that the Election Commission will take as a lesson learned to improve our electoral process. This system is going to go through to the runoff. Nothing going to stop it. Here's why. Reason number one, we had 2 front runners. Reason number 2, we got a deadline to meet. Reason number 3, we don't have the financial means to go and waste our time. Number 4, our country needs to move forward and not to move backward. Brunskin, Ure, Cummins, Boakai, they want our country to go backward. We're not going to go backward. I was in my 20s when I left Liberia under the same Brunskin shenanigan. I've been in the country now for over 22 years. I don't want any Liberian to go through that same nonsense that I went through. The future of Liberia belongs to Liberians. Those Liberians that are not opportune to come to this country or travel out of the country, I want to make sure that they get the opportunity, which is why on the sidetrack, I do not support 100% dual citizenship. I support dual citizenship with restriction. Because if I came in this country and benefited here, I want to make sure that Ambassador Weah, when he supported dual citizenship, he should have limitation to it. Any Liberian who is truly educated and qualified for the job in Liberia should be given that opportunity. These are the things that I want to hear Mr. Boakai, Honorable Ure, Ellis Cummins talking about. But guess what? Those guys have been children, not in Liberia, but all the country. And Ambassador Weah is working in the interest of our people to get those things done. I always say this for a fact. People may be criticizing me. Hold on for 1 second before I lost my thought. I always say this. I am supporting Ambassador Weah today. If he does become president, which he will, and he starts to screw up, trust me, I'm a well-qualified person who works for one of the biggest pharmaceutical industry in America. I don't need a job in Liberia. I will come right back here. And if you two does not come to sit with me, I will come back here and start to expose some of the things that I think that Ambassador Weah is not doing for the people of Liberia. Because you know what? I want to make sure that every Liberian who did not have the opportunity to come into this country or other country should be given that opportunity for the change he's advocating for. So the battle between the change that we're advocating for is just starting with me. All I've asked God for is long life, so you guys can see that the very Randy here is a very controversial person if things are not going right for him. So the people of Liberia, I am not just here supporting CDC because I have an interest. No, my interest is already here. I already built my career for myself. All I'm advocating for right now is you that in Liberia to get that opportunity. Tuna, do you know when you're 40 years old, you have at least 20 more years to live your life? How many people in Liberia in their 40s, in their 30s are able to say, you know what, I'm going to take my child out on a Saturday to get an ice cream. I'm going to take my child to a private school and see my child go through that private school fence. Not many people doing that, my brother. Not many people doing that. And then to see Mr. Brunskin, who live in our country, which I don't live now, and see how our people have been strangulated and he continue to suffocate our people. Why? Why? For the sake of power? That's why we should go through this thing? Mr. Brunskin is wrong. He must be able to backtrack. He must relinquish himself from what he pursuing and let the peace process go ahead. If he have an agenda to pursue, let him align himself with Mr. Boakai, take his supporters to support Mr. Boakai when they get into the election. If his candidate in his dream wins, then he can bring the idea. But guess what? If Mr. Boakai and Mr. Ure and ANC and Mr. Brunskin want their real vision to come to reality, if Ambassador Weah wins and they bring those things before him, and Ambassador Weah says no, trust me, I will be back here supporting all of them. Because you know what? What benefit one Liberian benefit all Liberians? Our people have suffered for a very long time. Can you imagine you see people in the country begging? In your own country, you begging? God have mercy on Tunis. Sorry for interrupting your question.
What do you think that people are complaining so much about in Liberia right now? Like, for instance, probably it could be rural condition, hunger, or currency devaluating. In the first 100 days of George Weah presidency, what do you think he's going to tackle first?
Well, as a political analyst, as a policy and regulatory analyst, I firstly would like to see Ambassador Weah carrying on a full-blown audit of every ministry to determine the deficit we have. If we identify the deficit, to have the transparent leadership from the executive mansion, I would like to see Ambassador Weah having a weekly press conference to start. And as long as they get into that rhythm, the next thing now is to make sure that they continue to inform the people. Our people need to be very, very abreast to how he's going to run his government. If Ellen Johnson said he is leaving maybe $2.2 billion or millions of dollars in debt, he needs to declare that. The next thing he needs to do is to reconcile the country. I feel so bad when I see some of my brothers and sisters aligning themselves with politicians. I don't like them. I don't appreciate them. Liberia is all we have. Some people live 30 years old. They don't even have what we have, Tunis, in our country. I could have been one of them. I could have been in our country today, hustling, which is why I'm on the side advocating for them. I have seen these politicians have done nothing for our country. So let us get Ambassador Weah the opportunity. If he screw up, we all can come here and put him on the grill and grill him good. Because you know what? Our democracy is making progress.
There is a question from one of the watcher here saying, Sarah, her name is Sarah Jackson, saying that what made you think that only CDC is the one that can change Liberia? What made you think so?
Yes, CDC is the only party. Guess what? The name Zogos. It was not Ambassador Weah that created the Zogo. The Zogo was those who fought in the war that were chewed out. You know, when you chew a bubble gum, you take the sweet from in it, you chew it out. After the warmonger came, they created the war in our country. They turned the young guys into Zogos, and they spit them out. When Ambassador Weah came, he was the only man the UN saw that during the war, when he was playing, people listening and want to hear his name. The UN brought him in as a peace ambassador. Ellen Johnson started talking, which is why those kids, they see him based on his foundation of where he came from and decide to align themselves with him. They see the future through them. And guess what? He has stayed in there for almost what? 12 years. He ate with them. He ride with them. He slept with them.
Let me just hold you there for a second, please. Let me just hold you there for a second. For those of you who are listening, this program here is all about CDC, and it's only take one person at a time. We cannot take more than one person. This is Facebook Live. It's not any particular program we are using. We are using Facebook Live. But right now, Facebook Live only take one person at a time, so we cannot invite more than one. And right now, my guest here is Randy Dapper, who lives in the Pennsylvania area. I want him to get into our politician here and give us some sense from there, what they mean, all of what the games are going on, about the players and the Liberian people. So go ahead. Sorry about stopping you.
Yeah, sure. So again, CDC, under the leadership of Ambassador, we have become consistent with the plight of our people. He remained in the struggle. He listened to them. Can you imagine people were on the CDC compound when soldiers went there and killed them? That reminds me of what happened on the university campus when I was little. West Samuel those sent people to go and kill people at the University of Liberia. The CDC went through that on November the 7th. Ambassador Weah did not pack it low and say, you know what, I'm done. The politicians don't want to see no peace in this country. Some of us have done it. We pack our load, we left. But he continued to stay with the people. So he remained consistent. So the people feel that the future is in Ambassador Weah. Even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has seen it. Robert Sirleaf has seen it. All the popularity and good things that Mr. Sirleaf did, when he went in the contest with Ambassador Weah, he lost. So the people are giving their trust to Ambassador Weah. Is he going to be 100% perfect? I would say no. Does he need our support? Yes. Every Liberian, let us put Ambassador Weah there and test him. If you got an issue, you go to Ambassador Weah, present your issue. Let's see how he's going to handle it. These politicians have failed us. Ambassador Weah continue to be the torchbearer of the Zogos in our country. Why will you call somebody Zogo when they were not Zogo to begin with? Even the same very man, Mr. Bronsky, have been here talking about Zogos.
There is a brother here whose name is Musa Jate.
Okay.
Musa Jate. He's coming here. He says you are tired pushing hour in America, so you are looking for job. My brother, we know you guys.
Look. I'm not here to brag. Today, that's why I say other people have their comment. All right. You see the way I dress like this? I just came from work. All right. I just came from work. I work in Princeton. I don't know where you know Princeton, but you should do your research on Princeton. I work with one of the top medical device companies. If your grandfather's heart is broken and he's about to die, we make the device as an engineer. We make those devices. It's just a generator. When the electric go off in Liberia, the generator kick in. We make those device called pacemaker. We sell them $500 per piece. Liberia cannot afford to buy that. We make those things $500 per piece. And we sell that over the whole world.
But before you explain yourself,
all right?
My guests that I bring on my show here, they are well-educated people, well-known people. They know how to get into the mind. They got degrees that some of us don't even have. So let us respect them. They are Liberian.
No, Tunis, don't give credence to the people. Let them have their say. This is what democracy is all about.
I told them that you can make any derogatory remark you want to. This is what the show is all about. But we just want you to understand that these people that we bring on the show here, they are not people to play with. They are people who are well knowledgeable.
Let me tell them this story. Anybody that listens to me, go to the Liberian EPA tomorrow and ask for Randy. Your EPA director comes to me every time for advice. They even gave me a job. They offered me a job. I turned it down. I bought my Camara when he was at the bank, central bank. I have those information. They gave me the job. When I told them how much I'm making here, Ellen O. Pratt from the Labor Ministry, she said, "You're making too much money. We can't pay you that money." And I said, "Okay, if you're paying the people from NOCA $30,000, why you can't pay me how much I'm making?" She said, "Oh, we don't have that money for you." But you know what? I wasn't ready to work for them. But I'm ready to support Ambassador Weah, which is why I'm not looking for a job in Liberia. Because number one, my company will not let me go. My wife will not let me go. I can only become a consultant. Right now, Tunis, I'm working with a company in Germany right now. Let me finish this point. I'm working with a company in Germany that when Ambassador Weah become president, I'm going to bring that company to purify every drinking water in every community. Because you know what? The typhoid fever. You know where the typhoid fever starts from? It starts from the very dump pile you dump your dirt. The rats, the roaches, crawl on all those things, come to your house, which is why typhoid fever is so high in the country. So when Ambassador Weah gets there, my role will be to train people, train health workers, train young adults in school, in colleges, how to become a better Liberian to protect the country. So when it comes to talking about looking for pushing cartoon, trust me, I go to work at 9 a.m. I have a staff meeting every morning. I sit down in my office until I get tired. So just forget about that, my brother. I don't want to brag about that, but send to the brother,